Welcome, everybody, to another episode of Cinematic Realms. I'm your host, John Webster, and with me, as always, is my trusty co-host, Jared Kozel. How you doing, Jared?
I'm doing good. I've been better, but I am doing well. I'm personally doing okay. For those just to peek behind the curtain. This past weekend, the weekend past, I should say, my grandmother died. And this weekend I traveled to the funeral, and I just got off the plane 90 minutes ago. And I'm also having a little bit of a scratchy throat, perhaps from all that. So if you notice me walking wounded a little bit during the stream, that is why. But I am overall I'm still very happy to be here. If it was a movie that I loved less and it wasn't as time sensitive, given, Deadpool and Wolverine next week, perhaps we would have, negotiated to push it. But I ultimately think it's going to do me some good to talk about this movie because, it was one of my favorites of that year. And, it's always great to, celebrate, life and the things that make you happy, one of the things that makes me happy is movies and these discussions about them. And, my grandmother was 89. She lived a very full life, 5 kids, 13 grandkids, traveled the world, went to church every Sunday of her life, was a beloved member of her community, was a life well lived. And in that spirit, I say press forward.
Yeah, my condolences, Jared. And like I said, I would have been more than happy scheduling of movies be damned. If you weren't okay, then we certainly wouldn't be doing this. But I'm glad you're wanting to move forward because this is a really good one. And not that I forgot how good it is, but I watched it again today, and oh my God, it's. It's incredible, and it brought back the memories of seeing it in theaters, and obviously talking about loved ones. It's definitely brought up feelings of mom, because of course she had dementia, and that's what took her, and so the Charles Xavier stuff is not as difficult to watch now for me as it was when she was going through that and when we were all going through that. But it's still sad. But yeah, now it's a cathartic viewing experience for me. And even though it ends tragically, but it allows. Sometimes it's weird because sometimes the antidote for certain things is a happy movie, and then sometimes it is the stuff that puts you through those difficult emotions, and maybe stuff that might even upset you a little bit, but it allows you to sort of excise those feelings from deep under, and I feel like this is this is definitely a movie that does that for me. Yeah, I don't know if we said the title yet. Logan. We're talking about Logan, the 2017 James Mangold, cinematic masterpiece, in my opinion. It's funny to look back at it now. We're on the eve of, not on the eve. It's out. Deadpool and Wolverine is out, and Hugh Jackman did not end up retiring the Wolverine character, but this was very much at the time his swan song, and in many respects it still is to this sort of not iteration, but sort of the legacy of the character that had been built throughout the 20th Century Fox X-Men films. This still feels like it's farewell to an era, and And so I think that's why it still carries that emotional weight. We will say that neither one of us have seen Deadpool and Wolverine yet, so this, we won't be talking about that film except for for me, I've only seen trailers and like one TV spot a while back, and I've been staying away from everything else. So we might mention it tangentially, but no spoilers or anything. And if anybody in the chat has seen it, we would also appreciate no spoilers in return.
Yeah. To be clear, I've already been spoiled, but I know some of the stuff, but still, for the courtesy of others, yeah. If you've seen Deadpool and Wolverine and you know some of the big events or big returns, just refrain from sharing it in the chat.
Yeah. So yeah, I will say that this is a movie that I pretty much knew I was going to adore from the time I saw the first teaser trailer with that Johnny Cash song, and and its mixture of images, and it just gave this feeling of, it wasn't a quote unquote comic book movie or even X-Men film. Like, this was a drama about, an aging Logan and, an ailing Charles Xavier. And it had this very sort of almost independent film feeling to it, watching that first teaser. And even though the film does have some awesome action sequences, peppered through, it is very much, it sticks to that feeling of, what was initially advertised with the film. And it was just so meaningful to me at the time, even before all the stuff with my mom, because it just felt like this sort of grown up farewell to a character and a franchise that I had loved at that point for the past 17 years. Even before that, I mean that if we're talking about just the films of this iteration of the characters, it had been like 17 years. And then, of course, I had grown up watching X-Men, the animated series, when that first premiered in the early 90s. And so this just felt like incredibly emotional, and especially at a time when I didn't really know what was coming next for X-Men, because we did get a couple films after this, but they almost, no disrespect to those films, but they do kind of feel like almost an afterthought. The Fox sale had gone through and all that stuff. So Logan to me feels like the proper ending of that era of films. But yeah, so it just an amazing experience for me, and I was just blown away by the movie.
Yeah, likewise, from the moment I saw the first trailer for this film, set to Johnny Cash's Hurt, I knew that this movie was going to be different and it was going to be special. Now, I will say that I do feel that even though it takes the tone of a more grounded, adult, independent drama and therefore might be considered more elevated art, I do think that this is also just still a comic book superhero movie, and a fucking great one at that. Like, it is not a movie that is ashamed to be a comic book superhero movie, and that's why it works so well in my mind. But what it does do, probably better than almost any other film featuring the Wolverine character, is it really delves into that character's psyche. The psyche of this man, James Howlett, alias Logan, aka the Wolverine, who was really the core staple of the Fox X-Men franchise. You know, I know that some people who are original comic fans of the X-Men have some conflicted feelings about the fact that, you know, Wolverine was so central to the films when the X-Men and the comics are a little bit more of an ensemble, and characters like Cyclops and Jean Grey and Storm get more opportunities to shine. They get some great moments in the films, but it is a simple, inarguable fact. The X-Men cinematic universe that was released by 20th Century Fox was effectively anchored by Hugh Jackman as Wolverine. You know, with strong supporting performances, particularly also from Patrick Stewart as Charles Xavier, who also appears in this movie. But it is notable that of the, you know, there were 13 Fox X-Men films. Hugh Jackman as Wolverine had a starring role in 7 of them. He had cameo appearances in, I think, another 3. So, like, he really was the central touchstone. And part of it is just because, you know, it's hard to imagine it at the time, but at the time the first X-Men film came out, when we were not in the comic book craze, and, you know, we had seen, you know, we'd had the Superman movies and the Tim Burton original Batman series, and the Blade franchise, and a few other, the Spider-Man franchise was just getting ready to kind of launch as well. But comic book movies did not rule the world at that time. And when Hugh Jackman was cast as Wolverine, he was effectively a complete unknown. You know, he had maybe done a couple of films, you know, that some people had, you know, had affection for beforehand, but, you know, he was not considered a slam dunk to land this role. He was not, you know, he was not considered like an A-lister at that time. And his performance in the first X-Men film is part of, as these effectively the lead role around which all the other characters orbited, is part of what made that film such a success. And so much so that, you know, he continued in that capacity through the original 3 X-Men trilogy of United and The Last Stand. Then effectively he got his own somewhat disconnected, but ultimately thematically connected spin-off trilogy with X-Men Origin Wolverine and the Wolverine, and this movie. And obviously he also appeared in Days of Future Past. But he just ultimately managed to be the touchstone that these movies needed. You know, and it was because he understood the deeply wounded heart of this character from the very start. And that made it all the more potent to see that even more deeply wounded heart now in this movie, in what was very much so for the character and for Hugh Jackman at the time, and for, as you said, kind of the era of the Fox X-Men movies at the end, reckoning with the end, and what that means in all its forms. And that is, I think, very rich thematic ground to seed any movie in, but it's also, you know, can be pretty bleak and dark. You know, it's notable that this was the second X-Men movie to be rated R after the original Deadpool. But this is ultimately, even though it's a very bleak movie at times, and it can feel hopeless, and it breaks your heart more than once, ultimately this movie still has a hopeful core. It does not lose sight of what the X-Men mean, what the character of Wolverine, Logan, James Howlett means to so many. And it fulfills that connection by not only his relationship with the characters in this movie in Charles Xavier and Laura, X-23, but also the audience. Because the audience has grown to love Hugh Jackman as Wolverine in this character, and so it very much was a love letter to both the character and to the fans, as well as being an incredibly compelling story. And for that, all those reasons, I think it is one of the most successful superhero movies of all time. And just to reiterate, again, I think the tone like being more grounded, perhaps allowed it to branch beyond the core comic book audience. But I ultimately don't want to lose sight of the fact that this is not a gritty, independent, drama that runs away from superhero elements. This is an X-Men movie. This is a Wolverine movie, and it is probably the best one.
Yeah, I'm gonna land somewhere in between of these two positions. I do think it is a gritty, down-to-earth drama, but it is inarguably also a comic book film. So I think it's more in those two places, especially listening to what James Mangold's aims were for this film. I think it lives in sort of both worlds. So yeah. And yeah, I just think it goes places where I feel like, especially today, other comic book films aren't prepared to go. It was kind of it felt like we were in the beginning of a new stage of comic book films from 20th Century Fox, between what Deadpool was doing, which was something different, which is more in keeping with sort of traditional comic book films, but just given a really hard edge of being able to go wherever it wanted to go with the language and the violence, and whatnot. And then Logan, which did adopt a more adult tone and maybe went deeper with characters, than other films. And then unfortunately the sale to Disney happened, and you're like, oh well. Guess we won't be getting any more of that. And I still feel like, even though Marvel Studios is venturing now into rated R territory, I still don't think we're going to get something of Logan's kind anytime soon. It feels like a very rare, specimen. And but I'm glad we got it. And because it's very unique, and for me it's it's one of the best comic book films, up there with I think you and I kind of both agree that it's up there with The Dark Knight, and those are kind of the two pillars of comic book / superhero films. In the same way that this movie is, taking the, sort of trappings of, sort of the Western and, a gritty drama. The Dark Knight takes like a sprawling crime drama, or crime epic. And, it's, so it's, I think it's nice when these, these kinds of movies are allowed to adopt, to show that comic book film is in itself not a genre, that you can go into many different places, with these stories. And so even if we don't get anything quite like this from Marvel for some time, that this feels like a jewel that I'm very happy to have.
Yeah, and I think that, the reason I just wanted to emphasize the fact that this is still a comic book superhero movie is because there was no way to go around that. Like, Hugh Jackman had played the character for 17 years at this point. It would have felt completely and utterly inauthentic for this movie to run away from that history. And it doesn't. It embraces that in a much more mature fashion. I think that some of the frustrations that, some people have with the Marvel Studios, like, kind of taking over the realm of what a comic book movie is that I think Marvel has made some great superhero movies. They do have a certain house style that can make all their movies feel and they're part of a connected universe. They do feel like and obviously they have a very tight creative control over them that makes sure they stay within that realm. And again, you can still do great work within that realm. But the X-Men films from 20th Century Fox always felt like they, even though they were based around the same core of characters, they were a little bit looser in terms of that style and approach. You know, the original X-Men film, like, is, because it's the first and because superhero movies were not proven at that point, actually does feel kind of much more down to earth than a lot of the comic book movies that
I've always said that the original X-Men film feels just as much like a science fiction film as it does like a quote unquote comic book film, from the design to sort of the tone of you know, the idea of exploring, humans evolving into mutants, and and again, like I said, the design, like that sleek design that was established in the first X-Men movie, is still like my favorite like production design for a comic book film, because it's very uniquely like early 2000s, late 90s, it with the design of everything, and especially the costumes and all that it feels like it's coming from the same era of the Matrix. And I love that, especially looking back at it.
Yeah, and movies are, made in the time when they're made, and again, at the time, that original X-Men film was coming into a realm where, the MCU was still 8 years away. Christopher Nolan had not made The Dark Knight yet. That original X-Men movie was really kind of staking its own claim. And I think that they got the opportunity to explore that and expand on that in some great ways. My second favorite X-Men movie after Logan is probably X2. I think that one is also just a triumph. But yeah, again, because they don't quite have the same standardized house style, it also means that like the X-Men franchise could swing a bit more wildly in terms of what it was going for, and in terms of its quality, and in terms of its continuity. And I don't think that's a bad thing. I do think it means that there are some films within the X-Men film series that don't work nearly as well as the others. I'm not going to say they're bad, because I do find things I enjoy in all of them, and people loved certain aspects of those movies. But yes, there are movies that don't work as well for me as others. But I still think that the continuity is a mess. Yes, for canon.
Here's the thing. The thing that I've always said about, and this is why I'm a bigger fan of the Fox X-Men series than I am other ones. And people always point to, but there was no they were less consistent than, say, the MCU. And I'm like, yes, but lack of consistency does not just mean that you have lows. It means you have really big highs potentially too. And that for me was always like the thing. If you wanted a series with films that really soared super high, then you were just going to have to accept that same freedom was going to potentially deliver some clunkers, or ones that didn't work as well. If series with more consistency, and this is not always the case, but I feel like it's often the case, is where you have it's sort of, what we've been talking about with the MCU, is there's sort of the reins are tight on what those movies are and can be, and which is not necessarily a bad thing. I'm not saying that it is, but it does offer less opportunities for filmmakers to kind of go wild with their vision. And sometimes when filmmakers go wild with their vision, it doesn't work. And then sometimes it's amazing. And but that's kind of the risk you take, I feel. And so I'll just say, like, X3 does not work for me. That's like, there are other ones definitely, but X3 is the one I get mad about. But I have to allow for X3 if I want Logan as well.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, so for me, it was always worth it that some of the movies in the series didn't work as well, so that we could get the really great ones too. And the fact that, you know, in many ways, Logan is the swan song of the series, especially for that original generation of characters represented by Logan and Charles Xavier. For me, you know, it ends on a high, and I'm just, you know, I walked out of the theater just so grateful. And that's another thing. The series, like I said, it wasn't like by release date, it was not the very last film released, but this does feel like the final statement of, like, at least the original Fox X-Men. And you don't often get an ending with superhero film series, you know, and so the way this does it is just so dramatic and satisfying and emotionally resonant, and it's just beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, and it was designed that way. You know, it was designed very much in its intention to be the swan song for Hugh Jackman at the time and for Patrick Stewart's Charles Xavier at the time, and for in many ways the original generation of X-Men. You know, it's notable that the movies that come after it in the X-Men series are Deadpool 2. Deadpool was always kind of off on his own fourth wall breaking island, you know, which allows him to cross over and bring potentially Wolverine back into the MCU. And then Dark Phoenix, which was kind of more tied to the first class generation of X-Men, you know, and then the New Mutants, which was always kind of more of an experimental film that ended up getting released in the middle of the COVID pandemic and was kind of overlooked, although I think there are some good elements in that movie, including Maisie Williams. I remember being very excited when she was cast. But in particular, I think that what made Logan so effective is that, you know, it is a movie that was designed, as we alluded to earlier, to show the character at his end. Because from the moment that we see the character in the beginning of this movie, we know he is not in a good spot. And we don't know exactly how he got there, because the last time we had seen him in the main X-Men continuity, I think, was in Days of Future Past, and that had kind of made the whole continuity even more wonky than it already was. So we didn't know fully, like, what timeline is this? Where is this movie taking place? Did all the events that we had known in the previous X-Men movies still happen to this version of the character? And ultimately, we get some hints to that, yes, this is a Logan who has lived many of those experiences. But he's also been through experiences that we have not seen yet, tragic experiences. And it reinforces for us the idea that something that we can kind of overlook just because Hugh Jackman has been looking like Hugh Jackman for 24 years playing this character, but that Wolverine is a very old character. You know, they touched on this back in X-Men Origins when they showed that he was actually born in, like, you know, the early 19th century, and he fought in the Civil War, among other conflicts. But his healing factor has given him an extended life, so he's actually older than the nonagenarian Charles Xavier that he looks up to as his father figure. And he has been through an untold amount of shit, and it has finally caught up to him.
Yeah, and we find out, of course, that perhaps the reason why he looks even older than maybe he should is because the adamantium in his body has been slowly poisoning him, and it's finally catching up. And like, he's got scars that are just not going away, and you know, and yeah, they did a great job making Logan look older in this, because like this was 7 years ago, and he looks he looks younger in Deadpool and Wolverine. So, but no, it's just, from those shots of like him in the, you know, in the bathroom, just pushing those bullets out of his body. And it's just, you feel the pain that Logan is going through. And yeah, it's just seeing him, and he doesn't look very Wolverine-ish either. Like the design of his character, where he doesn't have that typical Wolverine hairstyle. He's got a full beard instead of his usual Wolverine chops, at least until later in the movie. Um, and yeah, it's that's a thing that I think probably can get overlooked. In a movie like this that's a bit more grounded, is just the the makeup for so many of the characters, and as well as the costume design, all that. It's just so brilliantly done. It's a very stark image is drawn of Logan as being looking so very different from sort of his younger self, and the Wolverine that we know, and so that it's extremely shocking when, spoiler alert, when X-24 shows up later, which is Logan in peak physical condition, Weapon X embodied, and and it's just, and you're looking at this older Logan just trying to keep up, and but then he ends up getting tossed around pretty easily. It's just, Logan does not have an easy time of it in this movie.
No, I mean, and he, like, from the very opening scene, I remember one of the things that struck me from watching this movie was how it opens, like the fact that we open with him essentially having passed out, blackout drunk in the back of his limo, which is then getting carjacked by a bunch of people looking for scrap metal to strip the car. And he just walks, he staggers out of the trunk, and he goes to confront him, and then they just shoot him. And that's in the first minute of the movie, the first 60 seconds. And then we get the title card when, after they've just unceremoniously shot this great hero, this great X-Man, and he's lying on the ground, bleeding, still alive, but not getting up nearly as fast as he used to. There was a time when he would have just shook that shotgun blast off and taken all these guys out in the seconds flat. And he eventually does get up, and he does, manage to take all these guys out. But you can tell it is not as easy for him as it used to be. And he really has to look to dig deep.
And you can tell that this is probably the first time that it's happened, because he looked surprised when the claws come out, and one of them just doesn't come out all the way. And it's like, he obviously knows he's getting weaker and weaker, but that's like oh shit, this is getting worse. And yeah, and that opening sequence is so great. First of all, I love the way he just stumbles out. He's like, guys, you're gonna strip. Nobody's gonna give you any money to drive. It's he's like, oh, God, I can't deal with this shit. and then when the fight ensues, it's like, and first of all, this is like when we're hit in the face with, this is Wolverine in an R-rated movie, because this is, the way the violence is portrayed, with arms coming flying off, his claws going through one of the guys, heads, and all the blood. It's just so disturbing, because despite the fact that, yes, these guys did just shoot and try to kill him, but also he's being very nonchalant about the fact that, okay, the gloves are off, I'm just going to straight up massacre these guys.
Yeah.
And it's a very dark opening, because you're like, this is our hero. Yeah. This is the Wolverine that we've known, and it's just, it's a fantastic opening, but just very heavy. Oh.
And it's intentionally brutal in every respect. He's always trying to, but he starts trying to de-escalate. He doesn't necessarily want to kill these guys, but they give him no choice. And I do think, even as bleak as this opening is, there is a great comedic moment, because the moment that sends him into a homicidal rage is when they're starting to shoot, and then the guy's firing indiscriminately. He's like, not the car. And he throws his body in front of the shotgun blast to try and stop them from shooting his ride that is his source of livelihood. And then some of it still gets by, and that's what sends him into a homicidal.
Well, it doesn't happen because I feel like it doesn't happen because he cuts like one of the arms off, and then but the bullet's already being fired and it hits the car, and then and he goes, pardon my language, but you really just have to go all in with his profanity. And then he's like, motherfucker, and then he just goes off.
Fair warning. This is going to be an R-rated stream for language, just like the movie is R-rated for language and violence. We'll keep the violence to the minimum, but the R-rated language is going to be prevalent throughout this movie and this stream.
Yeah.
But it's just like, he fends off the guys. He gets in a parting shot. I love the fact that he throws the crowbar and cracks their windshield as kind of a parting, gift. But then he staggers off to the gas station, and this is where we really start to see the tone of the movie taking place.
Well, I do want to make a note right here that right as he throws, the thing at the car as it's driving off, the credits are still rolling throughout this whole, and that's the part where the and Eric LaSalle, credit shows up, and for me that all that credit for that actor always strikes home of this being a different kind of movie, because first of all, I've loved Eric LaSalle for years. One of my favorite parts of ER, when I was growing up, he's just a phenomenal actor, but he's not the but you expect him in more dramatic stuff and not in a comic book movie, and so that, for some reason, that credit always stood out to me of this feels different from a traditional superhero movie, and we're gonna get to him later in the film, because he's he and the actors who play his family, they're not in the movie for long, but they definitely make a huge impact in the story. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say that, this movie is filled with great performances like that one in, very small, roles aside from our core three and then our recurring antagonists. But it's just, it feels very intimate in that way, there are, and that also plays into the setting of the movie, which, as we know that Logan's in a bad place because we see him waking up in this, pull out and getting essentially carjacked and then having to fight for his life, and then going to a gas station and slowly, agonizingly, letting these bullets fall out of his body and changing his shirt. And it's painful and captivating to watch, but it also raises the question for us, why? Why is he in such a bad place? Didn't he have his family with the X-Men? Where are they? And we start to get hints of that in things like the radio transmissions, where people are talking about the fact that there haven't been any mutants born in years, and that the X-Men seem to be more or less gone, and that the world is basically in a dark place. We don't have to look hard to see the fact that this movie came out in 2017. It takes place along the Texas-Mexico border, and there is some not subtle at all political commentary about where things stand.
Well, and the saddest thing, of course, is that they have a border wall in this, and that was not intentionally done. Because of what ended up happening in American politics, it just sort of was one of those things where life sadly ends up mirroring art, and sometimes these freakish coincidences in storytelling in real life happen. And and the fact that this movie ended up, coming out while all that was going on, it's just, it definitely made it feel relevant in a way that maybe even the filmmakers hadn't intended. And yeah,
Yeah.
so it feels very like it was impossible not to feel the weight of all of that, watching this. And then, you got stuff like what they're talking about on the radio, those dumbass young guys, uh, standing up, through the roof of the car shouting USA, USA as they pass through the border. And it's like, yeah, this is not the version of the future that I want to see.
Yeah, no, I mean, this movie is I believe it's set in universe in 2029, so it's kind of an alternate future, like even a few years out from where we are now. But it feels very dystopian, especially like the guy in who Wolverine carries, the guy in the big hat who's talking about a good trip. It was killing all up and down the fence, and you're like, there's a story there that I don't know if I really want to know.
Yeah.
But there are stories that we do want to know, because we want to know what happened to the X-Men, where are they, and what happened in Westchester, which we will learn eventually. But it does seem like even beyond that, there is a larger conspiracy or just a larger tragedy unfolding, because again, they are emphasizing that no natural mutants have been born anywhere in the world for decades now. And that seems almost impossible to fathom, because it really seemed like, the X-Men and mutant kind were really exploding into prominence and becoming more and more prevalent, and more characters were discovering their powers and being open with their powers. And all of a sudden they're gone.
Well, as an audience, we've been, following these movies, and especially listening to, Xavier's like opening, a narration at the beginning of each, talking about, mutation and the next key to our evolution. And like, that's been such a big thing. So to start off this movie and find out that mutants just stopped being born, it's like, wait, something happened there.
Yeah. And it did, it's very intentional. The idea that, as you said, Charles Xavier talked about mutation as the key to our evolution. And mostly it's a slow process, but every few hundred millennia, evolution leaps forward. Imagine Patrick Stewart's intonations there. But there also is just the idea that also hangs in the idea that this evolution was met with resistance. And I think back to a movie we discussed a couple weeks ago with when Blade Runner 2049 and Love mentioning the idea that you tiny thing, in the face of the fabulous new, your only thought is to kill it. And in many respects, it wasn't as we learn later in the movie, the idea wasn't to kill mutant kind, but to control it.
And I love the way that Rice says that so nonchalantly, like, oh, well, that's fine. To him, it's entirely, justified and perfectly fine. But it's such a terrifying prospect, especially if you follow that to its natural conclusion. In this movie, we're talking about mutation, but that's, translated to the real world, that's any difference that anybody has. And if certain people in power had a way to eradicate those differences among us, through basically, poisoning the food and drinks we consume, it's just the most terrifying thing to imagine. And and he's like, yep. It's not as horrible as it sounds. And it's like, yeah, it really is.
No, I mean it very much is the banality of evil, because like we're waiting for this big answer of like, where did all the mutants go? And when Rice eventually gives us that answer in his villain monologue near the end of the movie, the answer is that he seeded gene suppressing therapy into like corn and cereal products and just disseminated them throughout the population. And that is far less like grandiose than the villain plans of like, I will build a giant laser on the moon and all of Earth shall bend to my will, that you usually see in comic book movies. But it's far more realistic and far more effective because it works. You know, we see that the mutant kind has effectively been suppressed. And this could have been a story about like how in the Jurassic Park fashion, you can't actually do that. Life finds a way, and eventually it will. But it is notable that, like, aside from Logan and Xavier, most of the young mutants that we see in this movie who become the hope of the future generation were in fact designed, engineered, created in a laboratory to be something, to be weapons that they didn't want to be.
Yeah, this is not
what they are.
This is not the ending of, you know, a movie that offers up hope, like, oh, young mutants have actually been born, and mutants will, you know, mutant kind will rise again. No, it's these were mutants that were created. Natural mutants are still, you know, are still not a thing anymore, and so it ends on a very, you know, dark note. Things are not going to magically turn around for mutants after the end of this movie. It's still in a very, you know, bad place. It's not a happy, not a happy.
And I feel, and I'm ultimately, the reason I'm ultimately okay with that is because that wasn't the story that this movie was designed to tell.
Yeah.
This movie was not designed as a story about mutant kind is now being suppressed, but they will find a way, and life will find a way, and evolution will leap forward once again. I think we can infer that eventually that may and will happen. But this movie is called Logan, and it is Logan's story, and this tragic backstory of the X-Men and mutant kind effectively having been suppressed and wiped out and driven into hiding by Dr. Rice and his cohorts and their insidious designs is more the setting for the story. And the character development, and it's very effective because ultimately their manipulations are what lead to, you know, one of the most important and consequential developments in Logan's long life, which is his meeting of and his eventual relationship with his daughter, X-23 Laura, who is, as Pierce says in a very, you know, kind of cruel but, you know, again, realistic scene. He as he tells Caliban, you know, she's not a natural fuck up like you. She's she's an engineering experiment gone wrong. And as Dr. Rice says, do not think of them as children. Think of them as things with patents and copyrights. Do not, you know, call them baby or kiss boo-boos. And he, like, it is a chilling window into what they think of these children, which is property, you know, intellectual property designed to become weapons that they will sell and who will go on to kill and do the bidding of whoever pays for them. And it's, you know, that actually is something that this movie, you know, does reckon with, because one of the overwhelming themes of Logan's entire story was that he himself was engineered in many ways as a weapon. He was a natural born mutant, but many of the elements that made him as effective and deadly as he was, namely his adamantium claws, were an enhanced experiment led by William Stryker to turn him into a weapon, capitalizing on, his natural instincts and making him far more deadly, and then trying to control him. And so, life repeats itself in a very thematically rich way, and it's one of the reasons why Laura's ultimate reveal is so effective. But this is the kind of development that makes everything feel like, oh no, this actually is tied to the larger X-Men story, and specifically Logan's story, because for as long as we have known the character of Logan, we have known that he has been haunted by the idea that he's effectively good for nothing more than violence and killing, and we know that he's capable of more than that. We've seen it in the other X-Men movies, but at the end of the place we find him in this movie, stripped of almost all of those, supporting structures, he has unfortunately started to kind of believe that again. And this movie is ultimately not about him finding his way all the way back from that, but finding enough of that instinct to once again fight for something, as opposed to fighting against something, fighting to end something, fighting to kill, just to kill. Ultimately, he fights for love. And that is, what makes the ending of this movie so powerful.
Yeah, it really is the most horrifying thing that he can come face to face with. And it's funny because initially, the first time I saw this movie, I loved the movie, but to be honest, I wasn't sure how I felt about the X-24 plot turn, because it reveals itself in such a dark way, and it kind of obliterates the movie you thought you were watching, which is even though there's a lot of dark stuff going on up until that point, you've got, say, Logan, Charles, and Laura road trip. And then that comes to an abrupt end. But then going back to it, I realized that thematically it's the worst thing you can do to Logan, which is bring him face to face with essentially Weapon X, which is what he was being turned into, and depending on which version of the story, the thing that he actually was for a time, and the thing that he's kind of been running from, and to come face to face with that is just, it freezes him in his tracks when he actually literally comes face to face with it. And yeah, it's a great subversion of the usual comic book thing of a comic book movie device of, usually in an origin story, you come face to face with a villain who's basically the main character, but a evil version of the main character. And this is kind of doing that, but for different reasons and in a different way. First of all, this is the end of Logan's story, and also this isn't just about matching someone, matching power levels. This is about this thing that has haunted him, and this thing that has been in his nightmares, and to actually come face to face with the physical embodiment of that is just, again, it's the worst thing you could possibly confront Logan with. And that's why I think it's so great. I like that they don't overplay it in the end of the movie, though. It very much is still about the movie remains at that point about Logan and Laura. And but yeah, it's this movie goes to some dark places.
No, it absolutely does, because the thing that Logan is ultimately fears and reckons with so much, and Eric's absolutely right, that is the intention of the character, is that Logan is dealing with his past because he has suffered immeasurably, and he has inflicted immeasurable suffering over the course of his very long life. And he feels the weight of all of it, all the more so now that he's not healing as well as he used to and can just shake those things off. You know, one of the most effective visual memories that I can think of from is to think back to the very first X-Men movie, where when he's driving in the truck with Rogue, with Anna Paquin's Rogue, and she asks him about his claws, does it hurt when they come out? And he just says kind of quietly, every time. And in this movie, we see, you can be forgiven for forgetting that over the course of the other X-Men movies, because he unsheaths his claws constantly, including to, you know, give Scott the literal adamantium finger, and it doesn't seem to bother him that much. But in this movie, you can see that it is literally agony for him every time his claws have to come out, and it is agony for him every time he gets shot or struck by a car or, you know, struck in the head. And it's also just agony for him to exist at this point, because so many of the people that he loved are gone. You know, one of his great constants in the X-Men movies was his love for Jean. And he lost her in the earlier movies. He had to kill her himself. Yeah, he lost her in X2. She came back. He had to kill her himself in X3. And then we saw actually in the Wolverine, which some people seem to often overlook, was also written and directed by James Mangold. He is directly being haunted by Jean's ghost, and like the trauma of what he did to her and the guilt that he feels. But also, you know, like what happened to Scott, what happened to, you know, what happened to Rogue, what happened to all what happened to Storm, what happened to all the characters that we love. They're all gone at the start of this movie. The only mutants that we know, who are the natural mutants that we meet, are Charles Xavier, who is in a dark place, and Caliban, who was, I think, a minor character in Days of Future Past, and not one who had a great relationship with Wolverine. So
no, he appears, I think, in X-Men Apocalypse.
Oh yeah, okay.
But it's, for all intents and purposes, this is a completely
new character, because I think it's a different actor too.
And it's like, yeah, the age wouldn't line up, and it's one of those things where, you know, for a long time, those of us who followed X-Men movies just had to say the hell with the continuity and just focus on the story at hand. And and I will say that is actually one of the silver linings of them integrating the Fox, X-Men into the MCU, is that you can look at all those continuity hiccups as just alternate universes. So, but yeah, no, I love Stephen Merchant as Caliban in this. He's just amazing.
I mean, and yeah, like I said, he's essentially playing a new version of the character, and it's made clear that he and Logan and Charles all have history together, but it's history that we didn't really see, you know. So it's not like the comfort of an old relationship, you know, whereas if say like he had been hiding south of the border with Storm or something like that. The only one who's left is Charles, you know, and Charles is also in a very different place than we last saw him. You know, Charles Xavier has also been through some shit in these movies. He has died and come back to life, and, you know, suffered immeasurably, but we've never seen him quite in this position before. And again, it's all the more agonizing because of how the more, you know, real it feels.
Yeah, you know, and this is, I almost kind of want to wait a second. We'll do the mid-roll before I get into, you know, the Charles stuff. But I will say, as sort of a preamble to that, you know, the thing that sticks in my mind, and it's so weird that, you know, that I try and work out in my head the timing of actually when my mom started to slip away. She was still like, for the most part, herself when we went to go see this movie. But I specifically remember when Charles is revealed and we see him, moving himself around and, in the wheelchair um, and, talking to himself and, reciting like commercials that he's getting, you know, uh, he's hearing the broadcasts of and all this stuff. And I remember my mom saying, "Oh my God, it's so hard to see him like this," and that has always stuck in my mind, just because that then carried over to the emotions that I was feeling um, just a couple of years after, uh, with her um, and so yeah, and it is hard to see Charles like this for the mutant whose power was his mind, and who always seemed he had such a strong mind, and he always seemed to be this father figure that all the X-Men looked up to. I know people have their issues with Xavier throughout the comics, but for those of us who grew up with, I think both the Professor Xavier from the X-Men animated series and Patrick Stewart's iteration in the films, Xavier has always been the character that we kind of look up to as the sort of guiding star, and to see him like in this state is just it's difficult to watch, and yeah, it's and sort of going back to the fact that this was supposed to be both Hugh Jackman and Patrick Stewart's swan song. It's I'm always gonna have mixed feelings about the fact that it ended up not being, because just what they're both bringing to these characters, just feels like there's such finality to it, and they're bringing their all, and just seeing where Patrick Stewart went with this iteration of Charles, who is slipping and knows he's slipping, and but also is like, I love seeing this stuff later on in the film when Logan says to Laura, give him 2 pills, and he's like, "Oh, Logan," and then he swallows them, and Logan says, "I want to see it." He sticks out his tongue like, ah. Like, and that really is such a thing, like, when you have, some, I can say from experience, like, granted, my mom was always kind of had the tendency to be silly, but especially as she started to, to slip a bit more, you see the person kind of give themselves over to, more childlike tendencies, shall we say, and so, but that's a bit of comic relief, because it is kind of funny seeing Charles like that, just taking the shit out of Logan.
Yeah, and then the thing is, it makes sense because it shows us that, like, this is still Charles Xavier. This is still the character that we knew, and he is still fully capable of being lucid, being in his right mind, and he's still like motivated to do the right thing. They think he's babbling nonsense in the beginning of the movie. He actually, like, and some of it is nonsense. Him reciting the Taco Bell commercial about the new, Gordita Chalupa from Go Now While Supplies Last. That is nonsense. But him talking about communicating with a young mutant, Caliban and Logan just dismissed that out of hand. He is actually doing that. He's talking to Laura. And, it's just the fact that it does have this degenerative brain illness, and he needs help. He needs his medications. And when he gets them, he can be more or less himself. As he says to Logan in the early part of the movie, I always know who you are. It's just that sometimes I don't recognize you. And, that's tragic and heartbreaking, but also very real. but it does.
Well,
You know, he also has evolved.
And and here's the thing that I think a lot of people misunderstand about diseases like dementia is that it's not that the person you love suddenly doesn't become themselves or becomes this crazy person. It's the fact that they're still them, but their brain isn't working the right way. And so they are misunderstanding things. And so, I would watch my mom get scared because she didn't, recognize my dad, for instance. And it shows like this wasn't a crazy version of my mom. This was just a mom. This was my mom who didn't like understand who this stranger was in her house because that part of the brain just wasn't working to connect the dots that, to for her to like, she still knew that there was, a man to whom she was married. She just didn't connect it to the person who was standing in front of her. And that's the most heartbreaking thing is like you wish that you could just make things make sense to that person that you love. And so when Charles says, I always know who you are, it's just sometimes I don't recognize you, like that really hits hard because that really is what it is. And then also I empathize with the difficulty Logan has where you know uh there's a moment when after when Charles is like, no, let me go, and the wheelchair falls over and Logan is just like, Charles, come on. It's this kind of desperation of you know I know it's not your fault, but I'm venting some frustration, like just snap out of him. and like and as a person who's trying to take care of a loved one, like that's you should be nothing but empathetic and patient, but sometimes inevitably you just have your own frustrations, and I think we get to see that a lot with Logan, because there are times when he seems to be losing patience with Charles, and then sometimes when he's very caring and warm and patient with him. And it's just a horrible situation to be in, and it's really potent just to watch this relationship between the two of them, as it's really interesting what you said before about the fact that Logan is actually the older one, and we can kind of forget that, but it's this really interesting dynamic where he's looking after this father figure, but he's actually older than Charles, and so it's kind of like it's almost like he's in some ways he's the parent looking after you know the younger one who's going through this. And it's yeah, there's a whole bunch of interesting things at play with their dynamic.
Yeah, I mean, like, apparently, parents being younger than their kids is apparently a new thing in science fiction, because the Mandalorian's also doing it. But this is a different dynamic because like we had known these characters had such deep history, and we knew like part of the reason that like the dynamic feels very much like a father-son dynamic, and it remains that way even though Logan is older than Charles, is because when Charles found Logan, as he says, Logan was completely lost. He was fighting. He was a cage fighter in Canada, essentially doing terrible things and beating people up just so he could get money for his next drink and going back to numbing the pain that way. And Charles gave him something more than that. He gave him a purpose. He gave him a mission. He gave him a family, and he reminds him of that like later in the movie. And it seems like Logan is kind of cynically like moved on from that, and he makes protestations towards that front, later in the movie. We see he is actually not, because he has not abandoned Charles. He is like, even before we knew what had happened in Westchester, we know that Logan has essentially devoted his entire life to this point to caring for, for Professor X and making sure that he stays like healthy, gets his medications, that he stays safe from whatever like terrible like retribution that Logan seems to fear will be coming for him. And his entire goal for most of this movie is to just save up enough money so that he can get himself and and Charles somewhere safe, the Sunseeker out on the ocean, where they can just live out their days in peace. And that is what's driving him, and that is his only like goal in life at this moment, other than to try and numb his own pain in many ways. And that's why it's difficult to see like when he and Charles are at cross purposes, because Charles is also following his original mission. He still wants to teach and help young mutants. There are no more young mutants anymore. And when he finds one, that's kind of the spark he needs to wake up from his place of darkness. But of course, he has trouble communicating that to Logan, given the fact where they are in their position in their relationship. And so they end up talking past each other. And some of it makes for humorous dynamics. Like, it's notable that always stately, dignified Charles Xavier, the first thing he says when after Logan brings him back to himself after his seizure is, "Fuck off, Logan." And you're just like, that is, you had never heard stately Professor X say that before, but that's right before he has the I always know who you are, and sometimes I don't recognize you. And we see that their frustrations with each other are ultimately born of a place of love, because they still care for each other very deeply, but they are now working towards different things. And that's why there's the heartbreaking moment when Logan is basically just trying to sweep Charles's protestations that he's talking to a new young mutant under the rug, and he basically is saying there are no more mutants. That dream was dead. You always said we were part of God's plan. Maybe we were God's mistake. And when he says that kind of hammer terrible line, that feels very true given where they are right now. And that's when Charles kind of takes his hand in his face and just says quietly, "What a disappointment you are." And that hurts, because we know everything that Logan is doing for Charles. Charles would be alive and safe if it wasn't for Logan. But he's also right, because Logan has effectively given up on the larger mission of caring for people beyond himself in this way. He still cares deeply for Charles, but in many respects, Charles is Charles is effectively his father, and so caring for him and getting him safe is ultimately still a very selfish pursuit for Logan. And we see that in action, in the sense that when Gabriella comes to him and tries to offer him help, he wants no part of it. He is willing to abandon Laura multiple times to a horrible fate, because all he cares about at this moment is being Charles safe and protecting that one last tie to his old life that he has, where he was better. And ultimately, the story of this movie is him learning that no, there is something else, a new relationship in your life that you can build that is worth it and can give you purpose again.
Yeah. On that note, let's go ahead and take a break right here and do the mid-roll. And I'm actually going to ask you something that's been sort of intermittent throughout this, first portion of the stream, is you have been freezing up, every, so often. Do you mind dipping out and coming back and seeing if that makes a difference? Just
sure.
For the hell of it.
No problem.
Okay. So anyway, yeah. So thank you all for tuning in and watching. We're just about, I would say we're about halfway through, but you guys know better than that. Just wanted to give a preview of what's coming ahead. Okay. So next week we will be talking about Deadpool and Wolverine. And then we'll be going on a break for a couple of weeks because I'll be on vacation. And then when we come back, it's actually, I think our schedule is kind of free flowing at the moment. We have to nail some things down, but but I think we will be. I think we established that our first week back on August 25th will be talking about Before Midnight, the third film in the Before trilogy. So we'll be capping that off, and then after that, it's a bit looser, but we're definitely going to be talking about both Black Swan and the 2012 Keira Knightley Anna Karenina. So those will be back-to-back weeks of Padme and Sabe outside of Star Wars. So yeah, and then we'll let you guys know what's coming further down the line. I am just looking forward to focusing on my vacation, and and then everything else can just wait. Um, but I will say that I need my vacation. It's you know there's been a lot going on, and I just feel like I need a couple weeks of just you know letting go of some stress, and also I'm going to be staying with my godmother, and she has both a pool and a very cute dog, so it's going to be a great couple of weeks. But
yeah, no one's going to begrudge you your vacation, John. You deserve it. A vacation sounds lovely, but I will not be taking a vacation. I have a lot of work to do, but that's okay. I love what I do. I just I will enjoy having a couple weekends off just so I can catch up on some stuff. But I'm also looking forward to getting back and discussing a lot of the fun movies that we have planned, and also there's some new stuff that's going to be coming down the pike, like new releases that may end up working their way into our schedule, and we'll revisit those as well, because also I think as anyone who just seen the trailer, the second season of the Rings of Power is going to be debuting at the end of next month. There's a new Batman animated Cape Crusader show. The Joker Filet Adieu looks great, and then Lord of the Rings War of the Rohirrim at the end of the year. We're all there. There's a lot of good stuff to look forward to, in addition to revisiting some old favorites. But look, Deadpool and Wolverine next week will kind of be a good send off to end up on, because from what I have heard about the movie, without spoiling any specifics, for one thing, it doesn't undo this movie. It very much honors this movie, from what I've heard. And also I've heard that it is very much, just kind of a celebration of the larger, X-Men universe and beyond for that movie. So
yeah, I'm being very cautious because I'm just enormously excited, because even though this is technically, a Marvel Studios film, I am also kind of treating it as, a little treat, of dipping back into the legacy of the Fox universe. But as such, I'm trying not to set my expectations too high, because it's just, I'm looking at it as just, it's going to be a fun 2 hours, see some old friends, and yeah, it's so, but I'm really looking forward to it. I think it's going to be fun. I hadn't been looking at any of the reviews, but I have heard from friends that it's been getting good notices. So I'm happy about that. Yeah, no, it's, and I'm not gonna lie, it's gonna be great to finally see Hugh Jackman, in the yellow and blue. That's something that we've all been waiting for years. Yeah, exactly. That would be my only, worry is, it's the reason why I never really wanted, I was always worried about the prospect of Hugh coming back for more, because I felt like I just wanted this to stand on its own, but nothing's going to change, this. It's a great film, and it's it's always going to remain so. So, like I said, just looking forward to a fun 2 hours, and I'll be able to go see that on Tuesday. And I did want to say one thing about, you mentioned Lord of the Rings War of the Rohirrim coming at the end of the year. I'm so delighted because I saw that some links on Amazon. There's like a visual guide being published for that, and then early next year there's an art of book being released, and it reminded me that, oh yes, this is coming from the same team that did all the big screen Middle Earth films, and so they're treating it with the same amount of care as far as like the materials coming out surrounding the movie, and that just makes me excited because I get to indulge in all that stuff that I love, and yeah, I'm just looking forward to getting very hyped about it, because as much as I have adored the Rings of Power, and I have some quibbles about some of the, even some of the positive reaction about the season 2 trailer, because some people use it as an excuse to be like, now this looked more like what we want. I'm like, okay, whatever. And so I've loved Rings of Power. I'm looking forward to season 2, but there is just something, just because of the nostalgia, I'm looking forward to, getting, something from the original, crew of, Peter Jackson's team, and the stuff that comes along with that. It's just, and the images we've gotten of it just look amazing. I remember for the longest time it was kind of up in the air as to what kind of animation this was going to be done in, because I don't feel like it was really nailed down whether it was. They said it was anime, but we didn't know if it was going to be hand drawn, and so to see the early images, of this film coming out, I'm so excited because it looks phenomenal, and just looking forward to that first trailer.
Yep, and we'll get it. We'll get it eventually, but plenty of good stuff to wait to look forward to between now and then. The Penguin too, another great one.
And I will say, one of the movies I'm going to get to go see while I'm on vacation will be Alien Romulus, which I'm so psyched for, because it's I'm still crossing my fingers about the script. Hopefully, it's a good script, but everything else about it looks amazing. So that'll be fun to check out on the screen. Even though it's funny, because historically horror movies are not my thing, but whenever I am on board for it, I'm like, I just want it to scare the shit out of me. But yeah, anything else before we jump back in, Jerry?
Nope. Just again, we'll after next week with Deadpool and Wolverine, we'll be taking a couple weeks off, but we will at some point have a discussion, and we'll come up with a more finalized release schedule for the coming weeks, because we have a whole list of things we can cover, but it's just about finding the right dates for everything. So
yeah. Okay, so and we started. So we were talking about Charles a lot, and we started to mention Laura, and I feel like this is a good time to talk about Miss Dafne Keen. This was, of course, her breakout film, and oh my God, she's just absolutely amazing. She just practically stole the show of this movie, and I've been very excited to see where she's gone. Even though I actually haven't watched the show in its entirety. I know that she was in His Dark Materials on HBO, and a lot of people are fans of that. She's been in just recently The Acolyte, which we both loved her in. just, unfortunately she met an untimely end, spoiler alert, but yeah, it's but no, she's so much fun. And you know, I've heard rumblings. I'll just say that. Yeah, we're not gonna get into all that, but there's some stuff that is inescapable on the internet, and that's all I'll say. But no, like, just the fact that she does so much of this movie without actually any dialogue, uh, until she reveals that she can in fact talk later in the movie, and everything else is just like the look in her face and the sort of, you know uh, screams and and fits of rage, and like, yeah, it's I came out of this movie being like, I want, like, if, you know, before we knew that everything was going to go to Disney and that they were going to redo everything, I was like, if Hugh Jackman is retiring, I want Laura to become, to replace him as Wolverine, and that was my big thing watching this movie. Um, and even though things changed, plans and all that, it's just, it doesn't change what a phenomenal job she did. And you know and yeah, it's just, and that final scene between her and Logan is just, it still reduced me to tears today, especially when you know when she finally says "Daddy," and I was like, "Oh my god!"
Yeah,
It was
we,
amazing.
we, we, we will get there. We will get there and recount all the buckets of tears that were shed across many viewings for that scene. But I mean, Dafne Keen is outstanding in this movie. She is one of the reasons that it is such a cinematic triumph. Because again, this is, she was 11 years old when she made this movie. And it was her first film ever. I think she'd done like a TV show or something before that. But like it is an impossibly difficult role to play, to be like this badass, little like, killing machine, but also ultimate and be silent for most of the movie and convey everything with her eyes and facial expressions, but then also have such tremendous empathy and warmth and convey that even before she starts talking, and then all the more so after. It is one of the truly great child performances. I feel like we've been saying that a lot, but we've been talking about some great movies with some great child performances. And I think it's all the more striking because, like, we kind of knew that, like, when we saw the first trailer and we knew that she was going to be in this movie, that, like, those of us who knew the comic lore knew who she was, that she was X-23, aka Laura Kinney, aka Wolverine's clone slash actual, like, kind of daughter. And we knew that, like, that made thematic and narrative sense for this movie that is kind of about the end of Logan's life and passing things on to the next generation. But there would have been a very, like, pro forma way to tell that story, and this movie doesn't do that. This movie very much, challenges that relationship at every turn and doesn't make it easy between the two of them. And that slow building of the connection, like, doesn't proceed linearly. There are moments where Logan backslides, where Laura seems like she's lost, where Logan, is again willing to abandon her multiple times. But ultimately he doesn't, because there is something in his core that recognizes what she is. Like when they first come to face to face, like he sees her, like, in the back of Gabriella's car as she's racing away, and then he sees her in the parking lot, and the camera lingers on her, and we know that Logan is looking at her, and he knows there's something about her, but he's not going to let himself acknowledge that. It's only in the moment when when she shows up at the compound, having stowed away in the truck, he's basically just like views her as an annoyance and trouble because
we need to take a break here because I need to talk about perhaps like, okay, it's not my favorite moment in the movie because there's so many dramatic moments, but let's call it my favorite comedic moment in the movie. It's when he and Donald Pierce are having their, talk, and Pierce is getting very like foreboding and aggressive, and then Logan grabs his hand and sees that it's foreboding. It's like, see, you're not the only one who's been enhanced, and like he's showing off how much of a badass he is, and then just out of nowhere you hear Laura String go, bah! and then the pipe comes out of nowhere, hits him in the head, and Pierce just goes and drops down to the ground. It is the funniest thing in the world. And just sort of but it also like it has multiple effects. Like it's a great badass moment for Laura. It's just a funny moment. Also, it kind of makes Pierce himself a more compelling character because he's not just this horrible villain, which of course he is a horrible villain, but there's also this comedic element to where he's not nearly as much of a badass as he thinks he is.
I mean, we will talk in detail about Boyd Holbrook as Pierce because I do think he's a great character, and I love his opening scene and many of the other moments throughout the movie. But in particular, the scene when, as you said, he shows up at the compound having tracked Laura, and we know how dangerous Pierce is because we know he has hunted down and killed Gabriella as he promised he would. And he very much means business, and he will this little girl if he can. Where it becomes kind of darkly humorous is we quickly realize, oh no, he actually can't, because she is dangerous. And like they created her to be a weapon, and she does not want to be a weapon. That's why she's running away and trying to get away to be with her friends. But when she's backed into a corner, she will do what she was designed to do, and she will kill, and she will kill in style. And that is one of the reasons why that opening scene is so effective. Like, we talk about how this movie is very much a Western inspired. Little pint-sized 11-year-old Dafne Keen as Laura gets her very own Western gunslinger moment when she walks out carrying the severed head of the thug that was sent. Which is so funny
because it starts off on a wide shot and it looks like she's carrying her bag or something.
Yeah.
And but then as it cuts just a little bit closer, you're like, oh shit, nope, that's not a bag. And she rolls it on the ground. And Pierce is like, honey, and
and then he he's like nope, trying to talk her down, nope, and she won't listen. And then he finally backs away and lets
and then those claws
slowly
come out as they're in frame of the camera shot, and oh my god! And then she just unleashes hell.
And she's like cutting low and severing arteries and severing limbs and severing heads, and then she races away. And then the moment that really crystallizes it for us and Logan is when they start firing at her, and Pierce shouts out, "Don't shoot! She heals!" And that's when we have the exact same reaction as Logan does, lying there on the ground. Holy shit.
Which she says a couple times during that scene. And but then he's still not wanting to admit it to himself, because like even when Charles says, you know exactly who she is, Logan, he's like, no, I don't. And he's like, she reminds you of anybody? And then later on when they're watching Gabriella's video, or at least the first part of it. And Charles point blank says, "She's your daughter, Logan," and he shrugs that off. Charles is like, you know, Alkali has your DNA, and he's like, "Not just mine." Um, and then it's not until he finishes watching the video and he sees like the form that shows where that it was his DNA. But then on the video, Gabriella says, you know, she may not be my daughter, but I love her. You may not love her, but she is your daughter. And yeah, and you can just see, it finally turning in his head and realizing like that he can't, run away from that. And
yeah. And he doesn't want to run away from it necessarily. It's in many ways he feels like he has to, because as he will reveal later in the movie, he is terrified that bad things happen to people he cares about. And in his own words, as he tells Laura near the end of the movie, it is better this way because I suck at this. And of course, he doesn't actually suck, but he believes that he's bad at this because he's never had an experience like this. He has never had, as far as he knows, a child. And this is a child that, ultimately was not like a child that he had with a woman that he loved, like Jean. She was created from his DNA in a lab. He never knew that she existed. How could he have? But the connection is still there. And we see that Laura, even though she doesn't convey it very much, during the early part of the movie, because she's very acting very impudent and kind of giving Logan the cold shoulder at many times. It's eventually revealed that Laura does think of Logan. She knows that Logan's her father. It ultimately it's not clear whether or not she thinks that he is ultimately going to be a good father, but she knows he's her father, and she knows that he will help her. And it becomes a kind of almost challenge for her in the later part of the movie to get him to at least acknowledge that. And then when it seems like he doesn't, she's heartbroken. But of course, he ultimately does. And it becomes kind of an interesting dynamic, because even after they know, in the middle section, before we get too far towards the end, even after they know that Laura is very much like Logan, that she is his, effectively his cloned biological daughter, and Laura knows that Logan is her father, it doesn't trigger a moment of great empathy for them talking about it. They still are very much focused on their original missions, Logan just wants to get her there so that he can get the money and then get him and Charles off to the Sunseeker in the middle of the ocean. And Laura wants to be reunited with her friends, her found family. And it's only when all these relationships, supportive relationships, Gabriella, who was Laura's protector and loved her even though she wasn't her biological child, and Charles, eventually all these things start to get stripped away, and all Logan and Laura are left with is each other. And that's when they finally have to talk about what they are and what they mean to each other.
Yeah, no, and we do get, it's funny, before they really let their guards down, though, we do get, kind of some father-daughter moments, shall we say.
Oh, yes, some great ones.
when they're at the, the gas station, and she's about to rip open into the thing, and he gives her one more quarter. He says, "One more ride." Yeah. And then of course when she just tries to just walk out of the gas station with the chips and the stuff, and flips the poor clerk over and pulls out her claws, and then Logan comes in, grabs her, and he says, "Not okay." Which
is another hilarious moment in the movie, and very relatable, for parent-child reactions, although like perhaps minus the casual homicide. And then of course the great cap off to that scene is after Logan saves the poor guy's life from Logan. He's like, do you sell cell phone chargers? And then he steals the chargers and the cigar too, and just walks out. And it's very much like, yeah, like father, like daughter.
Yeah.
That poor kid. All the more so because he probably gets murdered by Pierce and his goons later. All he wanted was his Slurpee and to be off at 5 o'clock.
Oh God. Yeah. So then we get to the sequence where they're hiding out and they're at the casino, and there's some really great stuff in this whole sequence of the movie. Because, of course, there's the little bit where Laura wants, the clothes, and Charles is like, "We do need clothes." I love the hat that he gets for himself. Yeah. And then I always laugh when then he hands the baseball cap to Logan, and he's like, "I'll put it on later," and you can just tell like Logan is not wearing that. But I think one of the big moments of this whole sequence is when Charles and Laura are in the hotel room and they're watching the movie Shane on the TV, which of course the big speech from that movie comes back at the end of this film when Laura recites it, and and it's just kind of it thematically gives you a lot about what's going on in this movie with Logan, and it's just great because it's a great bonding moment for Charles and Laura, and and I was thinking about how caring he is towards her, and then not to skip ahead, but I always then think of after Charles is killed, and when Laura first sees that he's dead, and she just lets out that scream, and and it's just because of he's the one who's been really kind to her throughout this movie, and and this sequence is a part of that, and yeah, it's just I just love Patrick Stewart so much in this movie. He's
he's so warm and so kind and so empathetic and so heartbreaking in all these scenes. And the scene where he's watching Shane with Laura, like obviously, like the reason that scene is there is to set up the ending of the movie and to draw the thematic parallels. But it's also just a great moment of like warm, kind empathy from Charles towards Laura, like sharing this movie that he had seen as a child now with her. And for what we know, she's never seen a movie. She lived most of her life in the lab. So this is a captivating moment for her, and it has an additional layer of thematic resonance because it's the idea that like it's a fictional story, as is the one we're watching, but that doesn't mean it can't be real. And that point is underscored because this is when Logan also discovers that Laura has based her hopes for getting to Eden and reuniting with her friends on the X-Men comics that were written, which, when I first saw that in the movie, I wasn't entirely sure how I felt about it. I thought it might be a little bit too meta, but the more I've watched it, the more I actually really do love it, because of course these larger than life heroes would have their own, comics within the story. And like, as Logan says, within that, like a lot of it would be, made up and exaggerated, but ultimately it was real. It did happen because these heroes were real. These characters were real, and they still can be. Even if in many respects, there's a fictional construct around them, they can still inspire, they can still do good.
Well, the good thing is it's a comic created for the film. It's not like it's one of the actual real comics, which is good, because that at least provides a little level of separation there. And of course, now it's kind of real funny looking back, or when Logan says, and no self-promoting, kind of leotard is going to change that. And then, oh, look, the next movie, Logan's finally in his uniform. But yeah, it's, but I think like, and it's funny because you should take a moment like that with Logan ridiculing, the comic book, and the fact that it's just all made up, but it's okay. Maybe for it's made up for the story, but the children make it a real thing because that's where they meet up and they make it Eden, um, and so it kind of goes back to what you were saying about, this is not a movie that, uh, has like distaste for comic books. If you could take Logan's statements in this scene as and point to that and say, "See, it's talking about the worthless kitty stuff," but that to me that's the same as pointing to the Last Jedi and saying the message of that is kill the past. It's the same thing. It's like, no, actually watch the rest of the movie. And you'll see that it doesn't, it's not moving away from that. It reinforces it. And so I like the fact that, the movie ends with, not only showing that the kids have made, this, this actual Eden, out of the place on the coordinates, but also the fact that Logan ends up coming to their rescue at the end of the movie, like the Wolverine of old, and so it reinforces, their belief in heroes, of which Logan is one.
Yeah, and in many ways, like, that belief is ultimately realized because of, Laura herself never gives up on him, and she ultimately manifests this in many ways, like as Charles says when Logan is saying like this place isn't real, it doesn't exist, and Charles says it is for Laura, it can be real for her, and he's not just talking about Eden there, he's talking about a future for like mutant kind, and because while Logan and Charles may be approaching the end of their journey, Laura's not. She will ultimately go on, and she needs to believe in these kinds of stories to have that hope, so that she can grow up and become, the kind of good idealistic character who will be worthy of, being a hero, being Wolverine herself, as she ultimately becomes later. But yeah, it's the Logan's cynicism in the scene, like, it can start to feel a little bit like overbearing, because we want Logan to, ultimately recognize that you have a connection to this girl, and we want you to like be the hero that you once thought you could be. But the sad truth of it is that the reason he's not that is because he still is holding on to the past, and very specifically the one piece of the past that he has left, which is just this idea of that he's going to go out and live this life with on the boat, where he can essentially just forget the rest of his problems, and that unfortunately needs to be taken away from him before he can reckon with what he can still be. So we'll get into that eventually. But I do just want to say before we leave the casino sequence, like, this is one of the most effective action sequences in the movie, and one of the most memorable and distinctive. Because we had gotten the foreshadowing earlier in the movie, and it will pay off later as well, of just how absolutely dangerous it is when Charles is off his meds and he has these seizures that can cripple and kill anyone in his like wide-ranging vicinity. And it's all the more tragic because, as Eric pointed out earlier in the chat, it's possible that in this specific scene, Charles had actually tried to use his power proactively to protect himself and Laura, and he just couldn't control it. Or he could have, like, I agree, I don't necessarily think it was a random seizure, but the collateral damage is immense. And if Logan hadn't been able to get to him and stop it, he probably would have killed Donald Pierce and all of his thugs, but also a bunch of innocent people. And that's why, and obviously this is direct foreshadowing for what happened in Westchester. But in the moment, it's just like a terrifying action scene, whereas we get to see the full power, as Dr. Rice later says, a weapon of mass destruction, like a weapon of mass destruction, like a degenerative brain disease in the world's most powerful brain. What a combo! What a combo indeed.
Yeah, and it's just, and watching Logan, because of course he's less affected, by it, though still affected, to be clear. Just watching him go through and sort of, crawl his way to the room, and then dispatch each one of the mercenaries. It's really gruesome, but it's pretty damn cool.
Yes.
And then of course there's still actually one left after he gives Charles the shot and the seizure ends, and then Laura takes care of that last one in great fashion.
Yeah.
But then it's hard, just like that, the whole slow motion nature of the scene, and sort of watching, when we actually get up to Charles and seeing all the pain that he's going through. It's, so it's this, it's a very conflicting moment, especially then when they go downstairs and he sees all the, people, on the floor, and he's saying, I'm sorry. Yeah, and you're right. It's just all foreshadowing up to, that moment later when he says he remembers what happened at Westchester, which I want to hold on to that moment because it's such an emotional beat. But but what we do get is, then when they're driving away and the radio is on, and Logan turns it off before it actually says, haven't been, it says, many people of the Westchester, incident, where, however many people were injured and there were some casualties, including some of the blank, and, and we're led to believe that, not only was this horrible thing, but that some of the X-Men themselves were, were killed in the incident. And like, it's just a horrible thing to imagine, because, because we love all these characters so much, and just the thought that Charles was responsible for, for such, horror. And this is definitely a timeline that's not a very comforting one. And I'm glad that we didn't have to see any of that it's just referred back to, because I think that, first of all, I don't think tonally it would have really fit to actually, flash back and see any of that stuff, and it would kind of, not only would it, I feel like, not sit well within this film, but also I just don't want to see that. It would be too heartbreaking.
Yeah, and we don't need to see it. We get the emotional payoff, from just the reactions from Patrick Stewart's performance. I'm not the hardcore X-Men comic lore nerd that Dan is, but I do know that, like, this incident is kind of inspired from the comic Old Man Logan, that a lot of this story drew inspiration from, where there is also a terrible incident where multiple X-Men are killed. Only in that case, I believe it is actually Logan himself who was, like, under an illusion cast by, I think it was Mysterio. and he's the one who slaughters several of his fellow X-Men and then is torn apart by guilt by it. And I actually think it was effective for them to, switch that up for this movie and have Charles be the one responsible, because we've seen ultimately that Logan has dealt, we know that Logan can be a savage killer when pushed to it, and that he has caused multiple untold deaths throughout his long history. We didn't need to underscore that with him also having caused deaths of his fellow X-Men. It made it much more tragic than Charles.
Well, and what's kind of ingenious is they even kind of toy with that. I did not know that was a part of the Old Man Logan story, which I actually have sitting on my shelf, but I haven't read. But they even, tease with that a little bit where the first scene we get with Logan and Charles, when Logan is leaving and Charles is like, what are we doing here? What did you do, Logan? And so it kind of, I guess for people who are in the know about, the comic lore, it's kind of maybe teasing a little bit that it was something that Logan did. And then the movie kind of reveals that no, it's actually Charles that was responsible for it.
No, and I mean, I think it was a very smart adaptive choice, because it's believable that Logan may have, gone on a rampage and hurt somebody he didn't mean to hurt, because we've seen him, do that before, and we know how guilty he feels about his past, and specifically the hang up that bad things happen to people he cares about, and we'll talk about the scene where he and Laura talk about their nightmares, because I think that's one of the best scenes in the movie. But Charles would never conceive of doing something like that. But this is the tragedy of what's happening to him, is that he's losing control of his immense mutant powers, and he caused death and destruction that he didn't mean to, and Logan won't tell him that this happened.
Yeah.
Because he is so concerned with, one, keeping Charles safe, because clearly there are people who would want him to pay for what happened or lock him up somewhere. But also, he thinks it would destroy Charles to know that he did this even accidentally. So would much rather that Charles believe that Logan did something terrible and unforgivable, and that's why they're hiding out, because he basically is that's who I am. I'm a killer. So let people believe the worst of me. I often believe the worst of myself. But it's actually kind of a very, in some respects, it's a selfless act. In other respects, it is kind of, I do think he owed Charles the truth, and the fact that Charles ultimately figures it out on his own and recognizes it from it. I think that it actually works, though.
I don't. Well, it depends on because we have the details of how everything. But Charles doesn't remember what happened because of his dementia, and so it's not that he never knew, but he doesn't remember anymore. And I can say that having gone through this experience with my mom, it's just. I remember it made me very uncomfortable at first, but you kind of grow accustomed to, sort of omitting certain things or telling half truths that kind of make things easier to explain. I know with me, it was when my mom was in the assisted living facility, and she would ask a lot about, when she's getting to come home, and you just kind of, quickly adapt to, telling the lie of, oh, you're going to go home tomorrow, and even though that's not the truth, but when you go in the next day, they're not going to remember you even had that conversation. And so does he, if it was something that Charles never knew, and he was, then I would kind of agree. But I think that Logan knows it would just all it would do would cause him pain at this point.
And that's fair. Like I think that when I say that he owes Charles the truth, I think more what I mean is not that Logan should be telling him these things, because you're right. It's like the dementia, but it's the idea that Charles, the man that he was and the man that he knew, would want to know these things. He's not forgetting this on purpose. He wants to be. Part of the reason that scene is so heartbreaking is because, like, if Charles was in his right mind and he had something like this had happened, he would want to reckon with it and want to deal with it and face down his guilt. And it's just something that he's not capable of doing in the state that he's in. But he can have that small moment of grace, like, unfortunately, right before he meets his violent end, because, this is still Charles Xavier, the man who did incredible good for all mutant kind and for humanity. And the fact that he had this terrible incident was not his fault, but it's still something that he feels immensely guilty over and would want to atone for. And in many ways, he feels like he's trying to do that with what they're doing with Laura right now. And it's just as you say, it's a matter of, like, there are certain things you have to do with a person with dementia to, like, kind of get them through the day. And in many respects, Logan is doing that by, like, not constantly reminding Charles of what happened. But it does mean that, like, Charles goes through a large stretch of this movie where you're wondering, like, how much of this does he actually subconsciously understand, versus how much of this is he, like, does he actually believe that Logan was the one who was responsible, or is he just, like, does he not understand at all? And it's not a question the movie needs to answer necessarily, but it is something that ambiguity is what makes the emotional reveal, where Charles finally, on his own, comes to remember that, what happened in Westchester makes it so powerful. It would have been less powerful had Logan, just told him, or if he heard it on the radio.
Yeah. And that kind of brings us to that section of the movie where they're continuing. Which actually, before we get to that, I want to take a moment to sort of catch up with the character of Caliban. At this point, because we mentioned him earlier, but he's got a lot of stuff going on, especially at this point in the story. Now, Stephen Merchant is just so much fun, sort of butting heads up against Logan in the earlier parts of this movie. But also he actually, is very caring towards him as well. He wants to actually, sort of help Logan through some stuff, but Logan, of course, is Logan, and so he's not going to let his guard down. And he at one point he kind of tricks him into handing him that bottle of ibuprofen, and pretending it's Charles' medication, but he talks to him about the fact that in that case he's having trouble even reading the bottle. He's pus is coming out of his hands where his claws come out. His wounds aren't healing. He hears him during the night when he's sleeping, and it's he can see that and that Logan is going through a lot, and of course he knows about the adamantium bullet, and so Caliban is really presented as this, and we get a bit of a glimpse into his past, maybe a bit darker in terms of things he was maybe doing against his fellow mutants, and so he's been kind of probably atoning for that a bit over the years, and so it's sort of heartbreaking then when he gets captured by Pierce and and the mercenaries, and sort of tortured into helping them track down Logan, Charles, and Laura. but of course, and then Pierce, is being an asshole, and he says, "Beware the light," and and he tortures him but then that comes back in a great way later in the movie when Caliban gets to say that back at him, and he gets his moment of revenge, but yeah, it's this great part that he's a supporting player, but I think he really does, add a lot to the film, and just and he gives us a glimpse into the malevolence of the villains, of the movie, and yeah, so I think it's great. I'm glad he's in this movie, and just he added a lot of like there's a sense of humanity to his character that is really compelling, and yeah, no, I just love the way he is kind of nagging at Logan. I love the line where he says, "Well, would it be nagging if I restated my prior observation that the dosage is too low?"
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like the two characters, even though they are not romantically involved in any way, like they very much are in like kind of a domestic partnership here, and their dialogue kind of reflects that because, Caliban is, talking about the fact that like he's, spending all day cleaning up blood and, trying to take, get Charles to take his pills and cooking and, and all this stuff. And it's a kind of a sad existence for him because, he is a mutant who is one of those mutants who, for lack of a better term, can't really pass in normal society because, he doesn't look as human anymore. He can't tolerate being out in the sunlight. He very much has to live his life in the shadows. And perhaps that is something that it led him down his original dark path where he was effectively hunting down his fellow mutants using his special tracking ability for, it sounds like, the government or some other like more sinister agency. But somehow he got away from that, and he found his place as well with the whether it was with the X-Men or just in this circle, in Logan's circle, because it's made clear that Logan asked him to help with Charles, and whether that's because he was the only option left or because they had like a stronger prior friendship, it's not really made clear. But by this point, they've been doing it long enough that the strains are starting to show. And like Caliban is sick of being holed up here, like taking the brunt of Charles, frankly, abuse. Because as in not a great moment for Charles, he has the line where he says, "You leave me alone all day with that fucking albino. He doesn't listen to me." Which you get where his frustration is coming from, but you also get where Caliban's frustration is coming from. And when you get where Logan's frustration is coming from, because we've just seen Logan have a terrible day where he got shot multiple times.
Oh my God, that is one of the greatest lines when, it's your turn. I've had a rough night.
Yeah.
Oh, poor you.
Poor you. Yeah, exactly. It's like, and because we were following Logan, we very much are like, yeah, Caliban, lay off. Don't press him about this shit right now. Poor guy's had a rough day. And Caliban is also very much in kind of a tragic undercurrent. Like, even though he's making all these sacrifices, he is on the outside looking in because Logan is making these plans for him and Charles to escape. And even though he never makes it clear, Caliban perfectly understands, like, oh, you're going to go live out on the boat in the middle of the ocean? Like, that's a you and him escape plan. That's not a me
I hardly see
plan.
myself squatting below decks like Nosferatu, I don't
washing your linens, washing your linens and making spotted dick.
Which is just so funny.
Yeah, it's like they had to pick that particular British dessert as the
and sure. I know it's a legitimate dessert, but but it just makes it really funny.
but yeah, he is ultimately he's a tragic character because he winds up being forced back into his old life against his will, and is tortured and gets left behind, and then ultimately has to make the sacrifice because he just is like he doesn't want to do this anymore, and he won't be used anymore. And yes, he gets the great moment where he gets to throw the "Beware the Light" back at Pierce. But that even then, his body winds up being the property of Rice, and he's basically like, take DNA from this one. He had he was a good tracker.
And somehow either I had overlooked that in the past or I had forgotten about it, but I really noticed that on the viewing today. I was like, oh shit, like that's so tragic. And but the good thing is that Rice is dead by the end of the movie. So he's so I mean, that doesn't mean that his DNA and stuff isn't still gonna get used, because of course there's always another person ready to step in, but it is some vindication, at least.
Yep. No, the villains get their comeuppance, which this might actually be a good opportunity to talk about the villains, and in particular Pierce, just because Boyd Holbrook is so damn good in this movie. I mean, it is very, as you pointed out, like, this is kind of the role that Boyd Holbrook specializes in, kind of like smooth talking, malevolent, kind of grungy dirtbag. But
I didn't know Boyd Holbrook before this, so at least I didn't know that was his kind of type, that he gets hired for, and maybe it came out of this movie. I don't know, but he is such a great Western villain.
Yes,
and when he first steps into Logan's limo, and and he goes, "As I live and breathe, the Wolverine." It's like you immediately, like, I mean, we hate him, but as far as villains go, he's one of those villains that you love to hate.
No, he makes an immediate impression with that opening scene, like as any good Western gunslinger, black hat, Lee Van Cleef type should, and it's like when he like steps into the car, as you pointed out, and just kind of starts like talking shit to Wolverine in a way that no one would have dared to in previous movies, but he just feels totally at ease doing it. And yes, the kind of the Southern drawl that he puts on it does add some fun to it, when he was like, they found the 3 dead, cholos in the pullout, but one of them was missing an arm, the other a leg. So they was thinking it was either an escaped tiger or Freddy Krueger. but then that was impractical, with one being fictional, the other extinct, which is also another great bit of world building. It's like, oh yeah, in this world that we've now fucked up a little bit more, tigers are extinct now, and that's just thrown into the menu. But it's also noted the fact that, like, as you said, Pierce is kind of ultimately, he's not really his own man in this movie. Like, he is ultimately like an agent of Rice. He is like, he was granted this greater power, this enhancement of the Reavers, but he's really doing when you look at what he's doing, he's effectively a head of corporate security who fucked up by allowing these, this intellectual property to escape, and now he needs to get it back for his bosses so he doesn't get shit canned. So he is like, and that's really what he's doing throughout the movie, and like it's compelling to watch because Boyd Holbrook is so compelling, but he is kind of ultimately, as you said, a very sad character in that way, because he's committing these unspeakable acts of brutality and banality, murdering Gabriella, trying to murder a child, or track her down. Why? So that a corporation can have its, property back, not because he wants to rule the world.
Yeah, and he is really like the worst of all. There's another element to this, which is like, which is really come into focus now over the past number of years. He's also like the worst kind of toxic fanboy as well.
Yeah.
Like, he says, in that first scene, he's like, I'm a fan, by the way. And, and it's like, oh, you're a Wolverine fan, but like, but not for the right reasons. And like, you completely, just miss out on, what this guy stands for. And, it's like, you're just like, shut the hell up.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you pointed that out, because it is kind of not exactly the same dynamic, but it is kind of the dynamic where it's like, yes, he's a fan. He's a fan because he looked up to him as a symbol of power and as something that, like, oh, I can live up to that. I can be better than that. It's kind of kind of very much an Daemon Targaryen situation in that way. Like he's more than happy to kill Wolverine, even though he's a fan. He just, is like, he just ultimately sees him as like, you're the past, we're the future. And it ends up, of course, backfiring on him in rather spectacular fashion. But when he's killed by the literal next generation of mutants that his company engineered. But in the meantime, like, we get to see just some of the simple acts of brutality that he is willing to unfold, whether it's the acts of, like, again, we don't see her die, but murdering Gabriella off screen, when he, is torturing Caliban with the light, when they're fighting Laura, and obviously Laura can hold her own, but like, we have the brutal moment where they literally shoot a harpoon gun through this 11-year-old child's chest and drag her backwards to try and restrain her.
But then it is so badass watching her pull them out and just go back to kicking their asses. No, but I'm just thinking, like, all the lines of dialogue he has, and like, it's just so expertly delivered. You mentioned that he kills Gabriella, and there's that exchange. You didn't shoot her, did you? No, didn't you? I asked you first. It's just like, he's just so good. And oh god, what's the other exchange? Let me say, I've seen you like this, Wolverine. It just breaks my damn heart as soon as I rip it out of your chest, you fuck stain. Oh god.
Yeah, and then the whole speech he gives to Caliban about the beware of the light, and again the line about, like, mutants, like, not these mutants not being natural fuck ups, they're like corporate property basically, and he, can tell he believes that, because he has no problem dehumanizing those he sees as lesser than, including Gabriella. Like, when Logan says, like, there was no girl, there was only the woman. He's like, there was only the woman, such as she was. And your skin crawls when you hear just how little regard he has for his own life. And it's actually not clear to me whether or not, because Gabriella refers to her, her boyfriend, and I didn't know if that was just her cover story or if she actually was in a relationship with this guy.
No, I don't see that. I feel like that was just the cover story.
Yeah, that's better than.
Yeah. No, she's too good to fall for Pierce's bullshit.
Although, and it's and like the peeks we get behind the curtain in of what's going on at Alkali Transigen down in Mexico City are horrifying, and I actually think I'll just, because we've talked about her a couple of times. Elizabeth Rodriguez plays Gabriella. She's actually very good in this small, like, kind of heartbreaking role, providing photo documentaries of the children and ultimately getting them out. She's a hero in that way. Yeah, and just on a lighter note, I'll just note there's a really funny. Those scenes are horrible in the Alkali Transigen, seeing the children being used as weapons. But there is actually a moment that does make me laugh when in a very dark way when they are Rice, who completely dehumanizes these kids. There's like an almost background aside where one of the lab techs is like, "Do you want to hear my report on the new project?" And Rice is just like muttering to himself, "You can't get good sushi here. It's the Mexican equivalent of Denver, Colorado." And you're just like, "What the?" And you're just like, it's like, one, Denver catching strays. Granted, I've never tried Denver sushi. I'm sure it's lovely, but then again, it is up in the mountains. But it shows again just how much all these characters just live up to what they promised of seeing the children as things. And as bad as Pierce is on that front, Rice is even worse because he's the one who's directing this all.
Well, yeah, I mean, a background comment like that, it's what you were saying before. It's the banality of evil, it's like, villains at least owe, their victims to be solely focused on them, not freaking desserts and meals.
Yeah. I will say this for Pierce though, as horrible as he is still better than Klaber from Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny, because that is Boyd Holbrook's most loathsome role to me, far and away. But Pierce is close.
Well, yeah, it's like, I mean,
you will know I'm putting them both below the soul eating demon from the Sandman. And
yeah, I feel like there's not really that much of a distinction to be made, but when you're actually willing to put on an actual Nazi uniform, I think you deserve to be at the very bottom. So, yeah. No, and I said before about he has a certain archetype, but I love I love his archetype. I love his performance in the Sandman. And like, if anything, like, even though the amount of stuff, the kind of stuff he does in Sandman is absolutely horrific, you can actually, like, out of all his characters, you can have a small amount of sympathy for him there, because he's actually just doing exactly what he was created to do in Sandman. Like, he didn't take it upon himself to be, this, horrible nightmare who, like, eats people's eyes and stuff. Like, that's exactly what he was made to do. He just took it, beyond what was originally envisioned. But hey, life goals. But we'll save that for another time. So kind of moving forward with the story now, when Logan, Charles, and Laura run into the Munsons, who are nearly run off the road by these automated trucks, which, like, kind of went over my head on my first viewing. So I was like, what are they talking about? And there's a hint that maybe there was something more nefarious going on with that. But honestly, like, just automated vehicles of any kind those are dangerous enough. And it's like, that's not a part of the future that I'm really looking forward to. I've never been on board with the idea of hopping in a car and not being, like, handing the driving over to a computer. Like, yeah.
Come tour the streets of San Francisco and see tomorrow's future today.
Yeah. So they're run off the road, and Charles urges Logan that they need to help, and Charles is able to guide the horses back off the road using his mind, which is nice. We see that Charles still has the ability to use his powers without, causing, mass, horror. Of course, this is after he's actually taken his medication. So, so this is his powers as they should work. And then they're invited by the Munsons to, come over to their place to, to have dinner, and eventually they're offered to stay the night. And this is just a bad idea, and Logan knows it is. They should not have done this. But but it does provide, story wise, some great moments, but also lots of horror that unfolds. And but Charles is very much pushing him to, like, telling him that there's still time to have a life, and that he should take in these moments of actual living, and talking to people, and which, he's not wrong, but this was not the time to do this. They end up, not only do they end up paying the price, but the Munsons end up paying, and but before we get to the horror, there's some great moments, at the dinner table where, I just love the interactions and Logan actually loosens up a bit, and they talk about the fact that Charles ran a school. When the young kid talks about dropping out of school, Logan's like, "Oh, be careful."
Yeah.
And got someone here who ran a school for many years, and then Charles, does his bit about saying, he was a student. I wish I could say you were a good student, but the words would choke in my throat.
Yeah. No, that is a really warm but also very funny moment. Also another like moment for like, Logan being dad to Laura when she's like trying to, just devour everything, and he's like, no, you got to share. But they really do feel like a family in this scene. Like they've been pretending to be a family, and they're nominally saying that they're a family. Like Logan introduces Charles as his father, Chuck. Nice touch, and his daughter Laura, his actual daughter. But here it actually feels like they are living it, like in this scene, if you remove it from the context of the rest of the movie, because like the decision to stop and, spend the night with the Munson family and have dinner with them, like it's all born of the best intentions. As you said, Logan knows this isn't a bad idea because they're being hunted and they need to, get going. But it's also true that, as, Charles says, like 2 days on the road with, like no sleep and one meal. She's 11. I'm fucking 90. Like, they needed to eat. They needed to rest. Like that's not the worst idea in the world. And obviously, like, the Munsons had nothing but good intentions in trying to, repay the kindness that Logan and Charles and Laura had showed them by helping save their horses and their livelihood. And I think like the meal itself, like, is a great moment. That having them stay the night is probably where things start to get a little bit too far, because ultimately we talked a lot like last week when we were discussing the Acolyte about how these intentions born of like these actions born of the best intentions can lead to tragic consequences. And like that is what happens here, because like everything that Logan and the does in this scene like is in the interest of helping these people. Like, when he tells the in a absolutely great line, when he tells Jackson, the enforcer, is like, get back in your truck, go play Okie Dickhead somewhere else. It's a great moment because that Logan is like more than capable of handling all of these fools. But we also know from the movie, he lets them go, that they'll be back.
I just want to say also, oh God, I'm trying to, oh God, I'm seeing if he's listed here. I don't know the actor's name, but the character you're just referencing, who's causing the trouble for the Munsons, he was in 3:10 to Yuma, and he played like the guy who was strong arming the family, and in that movie as well. Kind of a trend here. Um, I liked seeing that connective tissue between the different James Mangold movies. It brought a smile to my face. But he's that guy's an asshole. And so he totally, like, in my I don't
his name's Lenny Lofton. I just
okay.
found it.
I don't know if he. I guess it's up for debate whether he deserves what he actually gets from X-24. But he was a pretty shitty person, so he definitely deserves something. Decapitation? I'll leave that up to the individual. But I was not upset to see him dispatched.
Again,
yeah, but yeah, no, I love all that stuff with Logan. Helping them out with going to fix the water, and it just all seems like it's going to go really well. You've got Laura hanging out with with their son, and listening to music on on the iPod, and it's just it feels like everyth's okay for the time being, and then they freaking I just can't forgive them. I can't forgive Mangold for the way he destroys us, the audience, in this moment, because it's a really great sleight of hand, where we see Hugh Jackman, enter Charles' room. We think, he's returned from helping Will, and we have this incredibly poignant, moment where Charles, is talking about, how this was just one of the, greatest nights he had in a while. But then he says that he remembers what happened in Westchester. And by the way, hats off to Marco Beltrami and his score for this film, especially in this scene when with Charles' monologue. It's so emotional, and the music is just on point. And this is like a proper, it sounds like a very subtle Western score, and it's just such an emotional moment where he says, this was a great night, but I don't deserve it, do I? And and like I said, then he talks about he remembers what happened in Westchester, and it's just this heartbreaking moment, and Patrick, it's like, give Patrick Stewart the Oscar, please, which didn't happen, but and then and then we see who we think is Logan, walking towards him, and and Charles turns towards him, but then he looks up and something's wrong, because it's Hugh Jackman, but it does not look like Logan. And this person standing over him then just very calmly puts his hand on him and extends his claws and stabs Logan. And of course, this is the introduction to X-24. And the movie all of a sudden becomes this horror movie. And it's terrifying. And, and then Laura starts screaming, lunges after him, and, and then the Munsons, come to try and help, and they get brutally murdered. And, and then, the Logan comes back, and all he can do is just stand in horror and like, and because his entire focus really has been about protecting Charles, he makes the decision to run upstairs to get Charles, instead of immediately fighting for Laura, which, it's like, what decision are you making in that moment? And it's just so, like, when he goes up and he grabs Charles and he says, it wasn't me, wasn't me, and he picks him up and he carries him downstairs. And like the whole thing is just so tragic and sad and horrifying. I did not know what to make of it. The first time I saw it, I was like, this is not what I was expecting from this at this point in the movie. And it was really tough to watch.
Yeah, I mean, I had a feeling that Charles would meet his end in this movie. For the second time in the X-Men Fox continuity, this one works a little bit better for me. But because in the early trailers it showed Logan and Laura standing over a grave. But I was also not prepared for just how brutally effective this scene would be in having the means of Charles' death be Logan's clone X-24, who, as Guilty Undertaker had posted in the chat earlier, X-24 is what Logan would be if he was actually just a killing machine. What the original Logan would have been and could have been if he had never broken free from Alkali, and perhaps if Charles and the X-Men had never found him. He might have fallen back into that life. But he didn't, because Charles saved him from it. And that's why he's been so incredibly loyal to Charles, and why it is even though I did have a moment of frustration in the moment when X-24 is carrying Laura down the stairs, and as you said, Logan just seems to be in shock and lets him walk by, which you would be in shock if you saw your, younger, like, brutal clone walking right past you, and you would just might not know how to react. But, like, we want Logan to just leap in and start fighting him there, and save Laura, but ultimately he has to go save the man who had saved him. And unfortunately now he can't, because, it's a fatal wound. And it is incredibly important, I think that, Charles doesn't die immediately. He gets to hear Logan say, it wasn't me. I think we're meant to understand that Charles understands it wasn't Logan, when he has his final lines talking about, like, their boat. But it doesn't make it any easier to watch. It's a brutal way for, a character we love to die. And then to top it off with the extra collateral damage of, having, the young teenage boy, Nate, come into the room. In another movie, he might have, gotten away. Nope, X-23 murders him. And then his mother's calling out for him. She doesn't realize her son is dead. She's telling him, X-24, to stay back. X-24 murders her. And then Will comes in, and Will Munson comes in with Logan, and he doesn't realize his wife and son are dead. X-24 almost murders him, effectively murders him. He gets one last stand. But it's just it's a devastating consequence.
And even that, like, Will gets a bit of a moment to come back then later and drive his car into X-24. And from his perspective, I'm sure he thinks he effectively kills him. But then he goes towards, Logan and sees, I'm sure he doesn't completely understand what's going on, but he knows that the thing that murdered his family looks exactly like the person standing in front of him. So from his perspective, he has to, I think he has enough evidence to presume that it's, to point all the blame at Logan, for what's befallen his family. And this movie is so brutal that, it has him, pointing the gun at him, and he pulls the trigger. He's out of bullets, but, like, this movie is not pulling any punches, it's, and then once he realizes that, it takes everything in him just to make that final stand, and then he falls down and he dies. And it's just like, and then the music cue that comes at, it cuts back to Logan, and the music is like, it's so unrelentingly, brutal. And so it's just this part of the movie is not pulling any punches. It's horrific.
Yeah, and I find this death scene to be one of the most, heart-wrenching and pivotal in the movie thematically as well, because in this moment, when Will Munson knows his family is now dead because of the whether or not intentionally or not, the actions of what Logan and these people brought into their lives. And then he drives the truck into X-24 and presumably kills him. But then he turns to Logan. And I don't think it's in that moment that he's like, oh, like, you know, did you kill my family? I have to kill you. I think it's more that he just is like, there's no difference between you two. And that is what Logan fears the most, honestly. Like, and that's what Logan unfortunately believes in that moment. Like, even though Logan himself didn't, you know, use his adamantium claws to murder Nate and what's the name of the Nate and Catherine, his wife. Will knows that like they are the reason that these people came here. They are the reason my family is dead. You know, you are just as much to blame as the monster that killed my family. And he's willing to just, like, he also has nothing else to live for at this point, so he's willing to kill him. And in that moment, Logan doesn't fight back. He is perfectly willing to just, he feels it. He feels the guilt. He's willing to stand there and let Will shoot him. And even if we know that because of Logan's healing factor, it might not have killed him, you get in that moment that if Logan wishes that Will Munson could just kill him right there. Because now he's lost Charles and he hasn't yet fully decided to fight for Laura. It would be a mercy for him if Will Munson actually could pull the trigger and end his misery right there. And it's doubly effective that he can't. He was out of ammo. Will Munson dies, and as you said, the music cue just hits. Is just like the look on Hugh Jackman's face when that moment hits is like haunting. Of just all the agony and guilt that he's feeling in that moment and the exhaustion. But to his credit, he does, you know, ultimately go and save Laura at that point.
Which, by the way, at the same time all of this has been going on, we also have, you know, the scum who have been messing with the Munsons, you know, come up and, you know, and think that they're dealing with the same guy who gave them trouble before. And X-24 just straight up obliterates all of them. And so he's been set off the leash, and Pierce is like, he only listens to you, Doc. And, you know, and then, and so then Rice goes out there and is like, 24, stop, you know, and like, it's just not having any effect. And then, of course, then Pierce and, you know, another guy getting ready to head out there. And that, of course, is when Caliban sees his moment, takes, you know, grabs grenades and goes, beware the light. It's such a great moment. And, you know, all the while, Logan's, you know, then fighting, you know, X-24 until, you know, Will Munson, you know, intervenes and you know, there's the explosion of the truck, and then Logan eventually is able to go, you know, pick up Laura and, you know, and save her, and but it's just like a horror show.
Yeah, and I don't think we also want to overlook just how brutal the fight between Logan and X-24 is in this scene.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like they are fully like sticking their claws into one another in wounds that would easily be fatal to anybody else. You know, they're covered in blood. They're like, you know, they're savagely snarling at each other. It's like it's a sign of like, again, the kind of animalistic fury that someone with these powers could wield, and that Logan has consciously restrained himself from wielding, but now is trying to unleash it to protect what he has left. And X-24, who is just a machine designed for rage, it has no compunctions about, you know, releasing it. But yeah, and obviously they'll fight again before the end of the movie, but this opening battle is just like brutally effective.
Well, but in many ways, this is an actual brawl, of a fight. What happens at the end of the movie, Logan is just so
Yeah.
weakened by that point. It's not even really a fight. It's just sort of, a massacre. um, but yeah, no, and then I talked about it before, but Laura doesn't yet. I mean, she knows obviously that Charles was attacked by X-24, but it's not until Logan brings her into the car and she sees Charles, laying back, in the back, and then she just lets out this scream. It's just, oh god, it's and I think it's going back to Charles' last moment. I think it's you know it's so affecting that his final word is about the Sunseeker, because that's everything that Logan is driving towards. It's like everything is just sort of leading up to. He's got to get through all this, and then he's going to get the Sunseeker. Even if at this point it's kind of unrealistic, but like he's doing all this so that he can just get through it, and and take care of Charles, and head off to the sea. Like everything that he's been driving towards in that moment dies with Charles, and he's got no direction, no purpose. At least he doesn't see it yet, and it's going to become Laura in the final stretch of this movie, in a way that it kind of has been throughout the movie, but he's going to really take that on in the final stretch of this film. But it just really all comes out, moving ahead to the next scene, like after they bury Charles, and the way he just takes the shovel and starts beating the shit out of his truck, and just all that anger and rage and guilt and and grief, it just all comes out, and he just wants to die. And and I think he's just but he's not yet at the point where he's not gonna die, because his healing is still working, even though it's severely weakened. And so when he ends up, we'll go back to talk about the burial scene, but when he wakes up and in the emergency room or whatever, and it's just, you can see it's just disappointment on his face. He just wants to be dead.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's tragic because there's a line. I don't know if it was a line that was cut from the movie, because it's on IMDb, but it's not in the movie as I recall. But it's very thematically resonant as to what Logan would be thinking when he says, it says, "Nature made me a freak, man made me a weapon, and God made it last too long." And that's kind of what, at this point, he is just overwhelmed by that sensation, because he's now outlived everyone he has ever cared about, except for Laura. But at this moment, he doesn't feel that same connection to her. I mean, I think he does deep down, but he also knows that this little girl is why they're in this situation in the first place, and that's why it's so heartbreaking. The scene from the trailer that I mentioned, this scene by the lake where we see Logan bloodied, having just buried Charles, trying to eulogize him, can't get out anything but just, it's got water. It's got water. And Laura comes over and she tries to comfort him in that beautiful shot where she just kind of gently, holds his hand, which is the shot from the trailer that made me realize this movie was going to be something different and special. But then Logan pulls his hand away, and he again abandons Laura in the middle of the road, and goes off and tries to start the car and leave without her. And then, of course, the car doesn't work. And then, and that's the last indignity. It's a very classic thing of a person will be suffering immeasurable indignity on top of immeasurable indignity, and they will suffer through it in quietly, and then one last tiny little thing happens, like, like they try to turn on a light bulb and the light bulb like burns out, and that like just causes them to absolutely snap and lose it. And that's what's happening here, because he just not like this. He's just at the end of the line. So,
and there's, well, and it's all the more like you feel all the more like sad for him just because of the scene, almost borders on comedic with just the way it's, shot, where it cuts back to Laura, and she then looks off and sees a guy going to fish with his dog, and then it sort of cuts back to Logan, and he's just going absolutely crazy on demolishing his car. So it's both incredibly sad, but also kind of elicits that uncomfortable laughter. And
and it's notable that Laura seems to understand what he's going through. She doesn't seem that perturbed when he tries to walk away. And then of course she saves him. She gets him to the doctor, and I actually do really like the scene with the doctor where we do actually see that as much as Logan thinks that mutant kind has essentially been forgotten and discarded, like the doctor is like reveres him. He is like, he can't believe that he actually has had the opportunity to meet one of these beings who has been so heroic for so long, and he wants to help him. But Logan, of course, by this point, Logan has learned his lesson too well, and he's basically like, "We need to get out of here so that you don't get hurt. Thank you for what you did, but we're going to leave now."
Which I found this so touching, because so much of what we've seen throughout these films is really, whenever we see regular humans, usually it's the ones that hate mutants. And I just found it really touching that sort of the last normal human that we see in this story, aside from the villains, is this person who wants to help Logan and actually is excited about meeting a mutant, and seems to be a very caring person. And I just, I find that really touching to have that at this point in the film and in the sort of story of these X-Men films, to get that sort of, final statement of like just an average person who, wants to help, Logan. And of course, he's like, we can find out what's wrong with Logan. Knows exactly what's wrong with him. And so like, the fact that he says, look, you seem like a nice guy. You want to help someone, help yourself. Forget we were here, and it's just, it's one of those interactions that like you didn't need to have at this point in the film, but I just think it adds so much.
It's also like, I mean, I find it an incredibly compassionate moment for that character of the Doctor and for Logan as well. But it's also the moment that Laura really like comes into her own, because she did this all by herself. Somehow she got him into the truck, she got him to the urgent care, she got him the treatment he needed, and then they get back in the car, and Logan, not expecting her to say anything because she's been essentially mute the entire movie, just even though he wants to die at this point, he recognizes what she did and he thanks her. And that's when we get the quiet little de nada. And he's like, and then it takes him a second to register. He's like, wait, you can talk? You've understood me the whole time? And my single favorite comedic moment in the entire movie, when she just explodes and unloads in him in rapid pressured Spanish. and then he's like, okay, shut up.
He's like, shut the fuck up.
It is so funny.
And then when they're like arguing back and forth, even though she's just talking in Spanish, and he's like, no, I'm not taking you, they're look, I'm fucked up and I'm no good to you, and there's nothing there. And at one point, she gets just so angry that she punches him in the face. He's like, "Don't hit me!" It's so great.
Yeah. No, and part of the reason I found this was so brilliant of the reveal was like, obviously Laura hasn't been talking the entire movie, and then like it's kind of easy to overlook the fact that like, yeah, she was born in Mexico. Of course she would speak Spanish, but I mean, obviously she does understand English and can speak it later, but it's very effective that in this moment of like raw emotion, like she speaks in her native language, and it gives us some great comedy where she is like saying the names of her friends over: Jonah, Richter, Gideon, Delilah, and she pointing at North Dakota, and then he's like, no, North Dakota, and he points at the map. And she's like, see, Miralo, no, North Dakota, and he's like, no, I'm fucked up and I cannot get you there, and then she punches him, as you said. So it's a testament to her tenacity, because she's like, you've gotten me this far, and I thank you for it, but now you're not quitting on me. We're going the rest of the way, And
I just love that. I just love that he does, like, again, it's like a classic father, daughter dynamic, or father-child dynamic, where he's just like, he gets so frustrated that then he's like, fine, you want to go? We'll go. Go goddamn fairyland, and you can see for yourself.
Yeah. I will show you that the Easter Bunny doesn't exist.
Oh God. And of course, but he doesn't make it like all the way, because he's in bad condition. So at one point, and there is a moment during this then where they have a talk about and Laura says that Charles told her that Logan wants to die, and he says, so what else did he say? And she said, not to let you. And eventually he's about to pass out, so she guides the the truck off the road and tells him to rest, and eventually she moves him aside and takes over driving herself and gets them the rest of the way.
Yeah, and I do love that. I do love that small intimate moment though, like where she doesn't drive off immediately. She actually like lets him rest for a bit, and like when he's laying there in her lap, and she just kind of like is sitting there looking at him for a moment, and you wonder what's going through her head. Like, is she thinking about the fact that like this is her father? Is she really reckoning with that for because again, for most of the movie, like she knows, but she hasn't been trying to like be that affectionate towards him, But now they're all each other has left, and I think it might really be dawn. And she also, like, as much as she hopes that she's going to see all of her friends there, she doesn't know. Like, she's taking this on faith. Logan is the one who's making this possible for her, and she like is going to show him this act of kindness.
And so they eventually get there. She's already gone up, and she's with her friends. He stumbles out of the car and sees the whole. And I think when he sees not only where they are, but also the kids up there. He's not really quite sure he's kind of out of it at the moment. But there's got to be a sort of, holy shit, there's actually something here. But then of course he passes out again, and they have to pull him up there. They sort of rigged this thing to bring him up there, and what's involved from that point is like a couple days of him healing up, because they've got some of the stuff that's getting pumped into X-24, but in smaller doses, so that it will help him heal. And this is really the part of the movie where their relationship it sort of turns, because she really takes him to task for, like, are you just gonna leave? And he's like, well, you got what you wanted, you know. You got your Rebecca, Delilah, blah blah blah, as he says it. And he says, and then he has this whole speech about, I suck at this. It is better this way. Bad shit happens to people I care about. And then she says, then I'll be fine. Oh, you're muted.
Yeah, no, that's such a heartbreaking line, because, that's the moment where you could tell that she really wanted to connect with him. And that's Eric, you had pointed this out earlier, that apparently the North Dakota boat doesn't actually have mountains along the border. We'll chalk this up to creative license for the movie.
Hey, this is a world where mutants exist. Okay, it's an alternate. It's an alternate reality. We're in the multiverse. Okay.
The multiverse of North Dakota.
Yeah.
Which I'm sure will show up in Avengers: Secret Wars. But anyway, the emotional, like, it's a very cathartic scene, but also like a devastating scene, because they are finally being openly and emotionally honest with each other, and they're trying to do what they think is best for each other, because at this point he's come all this way, and Laura feels like, you should come with us. You should be one of us, because you are one of us. You are my father. She hasn't said those words yet, but, she can tell this is what she wants. And Logan, like, what he wants, even if he's not admitting it, like, openly in such words, is he wants Laura to be safe, at this point. And he thinks the best way for that to happen is for him not to be there. Because, again, bad shit happens to people that he cares about. And, that's why I find, in particular, like, the similarities between them in this scene, like, are so evocative. And it's one of the reasons why one of my favorite scenes in the movie is when they're talking about their nightmares. And when she, after he wakes up, and she says, "Besser, yeah, you had a nightmare," and she's like, "Do bad people hurt you?" And he's like, "No, I hurt people."
He comes back to her and says, and don't you have nightmares? And she says, yes, in the people, hurt me. And then he says, mine are different. And she says, how?
Yeah.
I hurt them.
I hurt people. And
yeah.
And then there's the interlude where he finally admits what we all kind of understood throughout the movie, like, he's carrying this bullet made of adamantium, and he's been carrying it, as he says, like, as a reminder of what he is, but we know that this is the one thing that can kill him, and he finally admits, like, actually, I was thinking of shooting myself with it. And this is, what Charles feared, this is what Caliban feared, this is what Laura fears. That he, as soon as he's free from this obligation, this is what he'll do. He'll just end it all. And then she tries to reach out to him when she says, like, she again, trying to say, like, I understand you, like, and she says, I've hurt people too. And he responds, you're going to have to learn how to live with that. And then she, says they were bad people. And then he just says quietly, all the same. Which that I just found that to be very, like, powerful, because he's absolutely right.
Yeah.
Even the fact that most of the people, like, this version of Logan, even though he thinks of himself as a monster and a weapon, most of the people he has killed and brutally dismembered over the course of his entire long life and these 9 X-Men films he's been in, most of them have been bad people. There have been a few that he, like again, when he was forced to kill Jean, that, like, are still haunting him, because she was, even though Jean in that moment was possessed by the Phoenix and doing something terrible, but
the less we talk about X3, the better.
I know, but it happened in this continuity, so I'm going to acknowledge it. But it's the idea that, like, yes, most of the people he killed were bad people, but in many ways he remembers them all. And that weight over time has just instilled in him the idea that, again, I am a weapon. I am good for nothing other than violence and rage and pain. And if I ever try to get close to anybody, they're going to meet the same fate, either at my hand or because they're in association with me. And he thinks he's learned how to live with that, and that's the advice he's trying to pass on to Laura. But actually, what he's saying is like, you shouldn't care about me. And the tragedy of it is that she does. She does very much. She walks out of the room after that conversation. She goes, stands on the cliff, and she cries because, you know, she thinks that like her father has essentially rejected her.
Yeah. And then we do get a bit of levity, though. You know, actually, I think it's before that scene where the kids all cut his facial hair, so he looks more like Wolverine. And he's like, it's not funny.
Disagree. It is funny.
But the kids are all getting ready to, you know, they're waiting because they had, you know, a deadline for, you know, when everybody was supposed to meet up. So they're just waiting until like the next morning, and then they're all gonna head out. You know, and they've left by the time Logan wakes up, that they left him that serum to help with the rest of his healing. And it says, don't take all at once, which we call that foreshadowing that, yes, he is probably going to take it all at once. And then it's, you know, he discovers, you know, that, you know, our villains have shown up and they're pursuing them, and the kids aren't going to get across the border in time. So he goes after him, and he's in horrible shape. So he has to inject himself full of, you know, all of the stuff, and which is a great kind of, you know, callback throughout the film of like the fact that he had been injecting Charles with his medicine to stop the seizures, and now he's injecting himself with something that's going to, you know, temporarily restore his powers and put him in a rage, you know, so that he can help the kids. And then, you know, he's sort of restored to the Wolverine of old for about, you have to figure it lasts for about, you know, considering how much he was running, it probably lasts a good 20-30 minutes, I would guess. And he does some real damage in that time, but then of course, you know, it eventually runs out, you know, and and I don't want to skip over like that whole chase sequence. There's a lot of awesome action, you know, in it. Like I said, he gets to do some proper Wolverine damage. But I like the fact that this is, as a like climactic action sequence, this is actually pretty scaled down. And you know, it doesn't, like, there's some visual effects work going on with, you know, the kids using their powers and stuff, but it's like it doesn't all of a sudden become a different movie. It very much sticks to the sort of more grounded, you know, stakes that the rest of the movie has been dealing with, which is always sort of the danger with the movies like this of, you know, you can just go a little over the top at the end, but that's not what this movie is. And so I really liked that. And but like the real meat of you know, the scene comes though when Logan catches up, you know, with them. And you know, we talked a little bit about this, you know, exchange with Rice, you know, earlier. You know, we find out that Rice's father was one of the people on the Weapon X program who, you know, who worked on, you know, putting the adamantium into Logan. And I love that exchange. I believe you knew my father on the Weapon X program. He's like, yeah, he's the son of a bitch who put this in me. And he's like, he was One of them, yes. And he said, I think I might have killed him. I think you might have, yes.
Yeah, which fun fact, after I saw that, I did go back and see, like, is there a character named Rice in, like, either X2 or X-Men Origins Wolverine? I couldn't find one. But it's very easy to believe that, like, he was just one of the nameless scientists who was there. But yeah, I do want to also talk about the action sequence and then the emotions coming up, but this is the moment to just praise Richard E. Grant as as Xander Rice, because again, he is kind of a different X-Men type villain because he has no powers. You know, he is just very much the evil scientist. Obviously, we had seen a similar archetype earlier in the series with like Colonel William Stryker, and he's kind of like the next iteration of this, but he seems honestly even much more cold and detached than Stryker did, because Stryker obviously had the underlying, you know, not it didn't make him more sympathetic, but the element of he had a mutant son, and like that shaped a lot of his.
And there was a sense that he was after revenge. Like there were personal stakes in it for him, as we talked about before with Rice. It's just, you know, we said the banality of evil. It's like an afterthought.
He's not like Rice's motivation is not when he approaching Logan and be like, my name is Xander Rice. You killed my father, and so I wiped out your kind. He's basically like, you probably killed him, but like I did what I did because of science, because of, you know, preserving humankind and controlling mutants by this, again, very banal but effective scheme of effectively seeding gene therapy into the corn syrup that's in all the drinks and stuff that everybody drinks, which is another clever tie-in back to, you know, the Will Munson farm scene where he's talking about all the corn that's being grown by the big corporations, you know, probably genetically engineered by those corporations, is probably like the same corn that Rice has been using to seed all this stuff throughout these past 25 years. But it's like Richard E. Grant, obviously, I love him as an actor. He's great in everything he does, whether it's, you know, Game of Thrones or Star Wars or With Dale and I or any of these other movies he's been like just so entrenched in. But in this movie, he just gets to play an utter bastard, and his oiliness and his, like, you know, kind of cold man of science is underscored by the fact that, like, you know, this is the man who, and when Pierce introduced him as like, use some respect, this is the man who wiped out your kind. It's all the more effective because it's like, you know, this version of the X-Men, they have faced Magneto, they have faced, you know, Apocalypse, they have faced, you know, Bolivar Trask and the Sentinels, and they overcame them all. And this fucking guy is the guy who wiped out mutant kind with a much more insidious scheme. But Richard E. Grant makes you believe it, like that he did it in this scene, and just how, like, he understood he understood two critical things that previous X-Men villains did. He understood that, like, no, it's like, you don't need a big grand plan to wipe out mutant kind. You just need to, like, control them and, like, you know, use this more subtle method. And he also understands what he tells Caliban earlier in the movie, the idea that, like, you can't nurture rage. You simply design it from scratch. And that, like, because all the previous versions of the Weapon X program, the idea that, like, they tried to take Logan, who had these instincts, and turn him into a weapon, and they failed. Then they tried to create and raise these kids and make them weapons, and they failed. And in previous versions of, like, creating a team of mutants to hunt down other bad mutants, that failed. What works up to a point is basically just creating this mindless killing machine in X-24 who has no will of his own other than his masters. And Richard E. Grant is in the middle of giving this very devious monologue, and then Logan just shoots him in the head, which is
oh my god, so great.
Yeah. all the more so because, as Logan has reminded us constantly throughout the movie, like, I don't like guns, but it's very Obi-Wan Kenobi. If he has to, he will use them, and he will not miss.
Yeah, no, it's so great. It's that whole, oh, I'm sorry, did I disturb you while you were monologuing? Yeah, it's such a great moment for all those times that we've seen these movies where it's like, you know, the villain's just going on and on and on. Just you take him out. Yeah, no, it's such a great because he's just making this whole grandiose, explanation of his diabolical plan that he has enacted over years, and it's just that pure Indiana Jones move of just taking out the gun and shooting.
Oh man. Yeah, but as Eric points out, Logan's last kill was with a gun, not his claws. And yeah, that is kind of, it's fitting in a way because again he's not undertaking this violence as, oh yep, and I was gonna just think about that because I always think about the monologues with Syndrome from The Incredibles. But yeah, like, but Logan is undertaking all this violence, in this final moments, like for a purpose. Like he's not here to get revenge on Rice. He's here to save Laura and save her friends. So it doesn't matter to him that he gets revenge on the man whose father put this poison in him and wiped out his kind. He's like, you're an obstacle. You're trying to hurt these kids, so I will end you, and I will use whatever tools I have to do it. And the kids need him, because one of the things I find so effective about this final sequence is, we know these kids were designed to be weapons, and we see that they're incredibly dangerous. Laura's incredibly dangerous. Her friends have dangerous powers. The girl who summons the pine needles and turns that guy into a pinwheel.
That is such a great kill.
And the girl who freezes off the guy's arm, and obviously Richter, we can cause earthquakes and stuff, but they are still kids, and it's made very clear that if Logan had not come, all these kids would have been killed or captured and taken back to imprisonment. So his act, which turned out to be his last sacrifice, is not in vain at all. It ends up being his last great heroic act.
Yeah, and of course, then after Rice is killed, then Pierce, lets X-24 out, and oh god, he's just even talking down to this killing machine that's on their side. Go get him, boy. It's a dog, which is by design, but but then I just love the way that Pierce is is killed. It's so beyond fitting that the kids do it. And they linger on it and they enjoy it, that scene where they're all standing over him like the children of the genetically engineered corn, and letting him know oh yeah, no, not only are you going to die, you're going to die slowly and painfully, and we are going to make sure we are the ones doing it. Yes, sometimes it's that revenge is a dish best served cold, but sometimes when it's served hot, that's equally, that's equally, if not more, satisfying. And yeah, I just love that it's a moment that, like you said, it's lingered on, and they take their time doing it. And then like I said before, poor Logan has a time of it, with X-24, in this final fight. It's really just about, trying to give the kids, the time to escape. And just the way he's dragged over to that tree trunk and, impaled on it. It's just, oh God, it's brutal. But and sadly, as satisfying as Laura's killing shot, is it doesn't end up saving Logan.
No, I mean, like, and the thing was that, like, the brutality in this sequence is intentional because we are meant to understand, even before we get the final heartbreaking confession, that this is the end. Like, that Logan has reached the end of, like, his rope. He's not going to be able to hold on. He can't beat X-24 in his weakened state. And so they are going to not just, show us that, they're going to hammer it home with incredibly brutal, violent act after violent act, culminating in one of the most violent of all, where he's impaled on the tree right through his liver. And, even Logan in his prime would have had a hard time shaking that one off. And in this state, we just know there's no way. There's no way. But as you said, like, it would have been a victory enough if Laura had escaped, but Laura at this point's not leaving him behind. And so there's the tension in the scene where she's scrambling to find the gun with the adamantium bullet, and it's doubly effective because she's going to get it, she's going to successfully kill him, and it's going to be too late, because in many respects it was too late, to save Logan's life, but it's not too late to, get him what he really needs, which is closure, what they both need.
And which, of course, just brings us to, it's not quite the final moment of this movie, but it's the most, it's the most emotional, moment, just where she comes up next to him, first she, cuts into the tree so that he's at least not hanging up on it, and then she holds his hand, and, and she's crying, and just this really beautiful exchange where, he just says, "Don't be what they made you." And it's just, and and then of course, like I said, then she breaks down and says, "Daddy," and it's the acceptance on on her part of not only that he's her father, but the fact that he did come back to save her and the rest of them, and and the line that just absolutely kills me from this film, and because you can take it a couple different ways. I know the way I take it, though, is it's when he says, "Oh, so this is what it feels like." And you can take that as he's dying, and so that's what that feels like. I prefer the interpretation of, and maybe it's both, who knows, but my interpretation is, that he's experiencing, a father's love for a child, and that's what he's saying, so this is what it feels like, and so I think it can mean both of those things, but it's just so powerful and it's emotional.
Yeah, I think it does mean both things. I will say that this scene, like, made me cry, like, legit cry, like, buckets in the theater, watching it. Like sometimes, like, I have no problem crying at movies. I cry at a lot of them. I think it's a great, testament to a story that moves you. But sometimes, the crying is like, it's a little bit of a welling up of the tears, at the corner of the eye. Sometimes the tears don't even quite fall. Maybe like one or two of them do. This scene was like full-on tears streaming down the cheeks, and specifically the moment where the lines you mentioned, when it becomes clear Logan's dying, and when he reaches out to Laura and tells her, you don't have to run anymore. Don't be what they made you. which is just a reflection on his entire life and the creation, what the life that she was created to live, but now she won't have to because he saved her and she saved him. And then the moment that really broke me was when she just finally quietly whispers, "Daddy." And you're just like, God. And and she repeats it, the second time when after he says, and then he has the line, so this is what it feels like, which I agree with you that there's a double meaning there. I do think he's reflecting on the fact that after his long life, he finally has started to, experience what it is like to die. But an element of, like, I already thought this scene was outstanding. There is an added layer that made it even more outstanding on rewatch, because I actually hadn't remembered that in the previous movie, The Wolverine, which very importantly was also written and directed by James Mangold, Logan has that relationship with the clairvoyant mutant Yukio. And she has that vision of him dying. And she tells him, it's not like I get the complete picture, more like I'm looking through a keyhole, but I'm always right. All I can see is one part of a person's life, their death, and I saw yours. I see you on your back. There's blood everywhere. You're holding your own heart in your hand. And that, the brilliance of that line is that plays out in The Wolverine. There's the scene where he's got the mechanical parasite attached to his heart that's taking away his powers, and he has to open up his own chest and take it out. And you're like, oh, great, that was the literal interpretation of that scene. But then we actually see this scene where he is dying for real, and Laura's there. And what's she doing? She's holding his hand, and he's holding her hand, and the camera focuses on that. You're holding your heart in your hand. And James Mangold has confirmed that was his explicit and direct intention, and he had this scene in mind when he wrote the original line of The Wolverine. And that just is perfect. I really love that so much, because, it's the idea that, like, this is really what Logan needed, at the end to feel complete in his life. His journey could have ended at many different points throughout his story in these movies, but like, if he was ever going to die, this was the way that it had to be, and it just feels like the most powerful and resonant end for a superhero character that I think I may have ever seen in the movie, even knowing that some version of him comes back later.
Yeah, but but like I say, it's just a different thing, because this was the ending of the character in this, iteration of the X-Men story, and this, franchise of films that, that Fox made. And so it's just going to be different. I mean, guilty, yeah, in one sense, yes, but it's because it's two different, versions of Marvel. So it's like, this still feels like, the end of his story, and I, yeah, I don't want to look at it. I don't want this to be like look. I don't want to be looking at this cynically and say, "Oh, he didn't really state it." Like, this still feels like the ending of a chapter, and not just a chapter, but like the closing of a book. All the more so because the final shot of this film, which we'll get to in a second. Yeah, it's like, when I think of the ending of Logan's story, this is always going to be it, regardless of what comes after, because and I'm not saying this dismissively about those films, but we kind of know that kind of thing we're going to get from the MCU films. If I suspect, based on some sort of non-answers given in interviews, that we'll see Wolverine maybe coming back for the upcoming Avengers films. But those are going to be a very specific type of thing. Like, none of them are going to, nothing that's done with the character in those movies is going to be this. This feels like a very specific, singular thing that is not, it's just not going to be repeated in any sense. Like, we're not going to, like, the character will come back for a couple of MCU films and we'll probably get some kind of farewell to the character, but it's not going to be this poignant, holding the hand of his daughter, coming to terms with, the things he's done in his life. It's not going to be this kind of emotional end with this feeling of gravitas. So this just is never going to, like, this is always going to be, for me, the end of, Wolverine's story.
Yeah. Well, I'll just say two things about that. One, the one thing that I did learn from Deadpool and Wolverine that I feel very comfortable and confident saying is that they make it clear that, like, this version of Wolverine ended. The version of the movie, the version of Wolverine we have in Deadpool and Wolverine is not this character. They did not resurrect him. And so it's like that still has the power. Obviously, there's like a meta-textual thing of, like, we, the audience, had a relationship with Hugh Jackman as Wolverine, and it's the reason it was so powerful to see him after 17 years finally bring this character to a close, and now he's coming back. But, that is a different thing than, like, the character that he played in this movie, which was always meant to be, like, the same character. And, to give the MCU credit, the MCU did do something like this. They did it with Tony Stark as Robert Downey Jr., which I know that you may not have the same emotional attachment. I can tell you that for many, 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 many people, that moment with Tony Stark is their moment with Hugh Jackman as Wolverine in this movie, because it was, a 10-year, 11-year journey with the character across multiple films, all in the same context. And then they did have him die and sacrifice himself. And it was incredibly powerful. I cried at that scene in the movie. But I will.
The difference for me there is because that's the entire scenario of his death is in such a heightened situation where it's big galactic fighting and magic stones and a CGI facing off against a CGI character, and so for me, it's something like that is never gonna, like, carry that same kind of dramatic weight, for me at least, as this. But a lot of that comes down to my tastes in cinema, and but yeah, I don't want to begrudge anybody feeling that way, but for me, I'm going to talk about maybe you want to talk about maybe not characters who won't die, but actors who won't die.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, like, this conversation just in the past 24 hours became very much more of a direct parallel, because guess who's coming back to the MCU? And he's playing a different character, a very famous character. For anyone who hasn't seen, Robert Downey Jr. is coming back to the MCU, but not as Tony Stark, or at least the version of Tony Stark we knew. He is our new Victor Von Doom, and will be the villain in the new Avengers movies. So that does feel a little bit more like, I'm excited for it. I think it'll be cool, but it does feel a little bit more like the MCU, like just bringing back a beloved actor. to
Yeah,
have them.
I will say I don't want to go into that too much, but I will say that my feeling on that is they could have gone in a different
Yeah.
direction. There's lots of actors who could have done
We'll
that,
see.
so it does kind of feel a bit. But then I'd also love to see Robert Downey Jr.'s version of Doctor Doom. I think that's and that's interesting. But we can actually talk more about that once we wrap up this conversation
Yeah.
if you want. But I want to stay focused on Logan. So yeah, just tears streaming down just this moment, and and then it cuts to the final scene of Laura delivering the lines from Shane. Which is just so beautiful, and again, like, got to talk about like Marco Beltrami's score. The music. Like, it's not one of your more sort of memorable. Like, it's not a even though it does have themes. It's not like super like as Peter Jackson would say, they're not like hummable themes,
Yeah.
and it's not like this is not a more traditional superhero movie score. It has much more in common with a subtle Western score, and but it's so beautiful and it's so emotional. So even though it's not something that like even though I do have the soundtrack on CD, but it's not one of the ones that gets replayed most often. But it does exactly what it's supposed to do. It just really heightens the emotions and the drama, and there's a moment, just cutting back to earlier in the movie for a second. There's a moment when they're early in the movie when they're fleeing from the bad guys, and when they first arrive at, the where Charles, Logan, and Caliban live, and they're driving off in the car and they're trying to get out somewhere. They try and go through the fence at one part, but then it
Yeah.
gets stuck on the car and they drag it back. And there's this great use of like just hands like slamming down on piano keys, during that, and it just adds to this sort of frantic, you know, um, feeling of the scene, and it just it's so good. So yeah, it's a fantastic score, and the just emotion of this final scene is so beautiful, and of course, just when you think like it's come to an end and Laura's walking off, and she comes back and turns the cross down on its side, into an X, and it's like, oh, this is like this. And for me, that's why this is like, it's the end of this series of films that I held so near and dear to my heart, and that's why, like, I'm kind of more okay than I thought I was going to be with these characters coming back into like the MCU films, because emotionally this movie does resolve, you know, just everything I felt about those Fox films. And so whatever comes next feels separate from that, even though I'll recognize the actors and the characters and stuff, but I feel like they sufficiently closed the chapter on at least this original series of films with this film, and it was just so beautiful. And yeah, what Guilty says, when the man comes around, starts playing the end credits, it's like, oh my god, you just could not have ended this more perfectly. Just
Yeah. It is a beaut. Like, even though the fact that like it's very sad, mournful kind of score at the end, and then it cuts into Johnny Cash singing like his low rumbling rock song. This is not a case of that feeling jarring, that like some of the other times we've talked about. This feels perfect. And also like because that Johnny Cash's music has hung over this entire, movie since the very first trailer that was set to Hurt, and then they don't actually play that in the movie, but then they close this movie with When the Man Comes Around.
But see, I really love that because it really, I've always felt this way, and this is why like I can get very particular about my trailers, because I feel like they're not just advertisements for a movie. They're part of the conversation of the film in connecting with the audience. And so, like, that first teaser is such a beautiful piece of art onto itself. And it's the introduction of the film to audiences. And so the use of that song feels very purposeful. And so to then utilize a different Johnny Cash song for the end credits, it's bringing the experience of this movie full circle.
Yeah. Directors have input in that. Like, that's one of the reasons, like Matt Reeves was very instrumental in using Something in the Way in both the marketing of the Batman and the way it's used throughout the score. I'm sure James Mangold picked, that trailer music, and also obviously picked the closing credits music, because it does, like, it influences the tone of the film. But just to back up to the funeral scene, like, yeah, it's yet another devastating punch. Like, my tears had started to dry from Logan's death after, had we slowed down after the "Don't Be What They Made You, Daddy" really like brought the hammer down. But then, they started to well up again when Laura was reciting the speech from Shane. Which is just so beautiful, and it's like full context. The idea that a man has to be what he is, Joey, can't break the mold. There's no living with the killing. There's no going back. Right or wrong, it's a brand that sticks. And the tragedy of it is that, like, that's the way it was for most of Logan's life. But ultimately, he did go on to become more than that. The brand didn't really stick for him because he became an X-Man. He became the hero. And he found that again at the end of his life. Like, he is not going to go down as a killer, in that way. But then, but now he's at rest. And then when she has the lines, now go on, now you run on home to your mother. You tell her everything's all right. There are no more guns in the valley. And I was really welling up there. And then as they started to walk away and it was focusing on the cross, I was like, I had an inkling, like, she's going to do it. She's going to turn around. But I'm like, but it's okay if they don't do it. That might be a little, but then she turns around and I'm like, oh, she's going to do it. and when she turns the cross on the side to form the X, like, yep, tears fell again. And,
well, because and that just brought it all home to like that it makes this, even more so feel like the final statement of that original series of movies and that story that we've been following for so many years, and I've gone on about just my love of that moment. I've made back when I could actually stomach being on Twitter. I have made numerous social media posts about it. Just like, it just makes me so emotional just thinking about that final shot and everything that is embodied in it, because I mean, now I think about, it was 17 years. That doesn't, in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't seem that long. But for me, going back to the year 2000 when the original X-Men film came out, and I was, God, how old was I? I guess 16 at that point. But those were some very formative years, because that's you're talking when the Matrix had come out the year before, the Star Wars, The Phantom Menace, and Lord of the Rings came out the year after. And like, those were like really important years from like, in terms of my love of movies. And I was still growing up a bit at that point. And and so that span of time between that movie and this film just felt so like such an expansive amount of time. And you know, I just, yeah, I love the fact that I got to grow up with these movies. And yeah, like we've said before, not everything hit, you know, but I love every single one of these films regardless. Just like even the ones that I don't like I took X3 to task on, you know, during our talk, but there is still stuff in that movie that I enjoy. And you know, and I care about those characters and the actors playing them. I'm never gonna say no to seeing, you know, besides Hugh Jackman and Patrick Stewart, like freaking Ian McKellen, you know, Halle Berry, Kelsey Grammer, James Marsden, Famke Janssen. You know, it's just these actors that I just absolutely adore in these roles. Oh, Anna Paquin, I forgot to mention her. And just, you know, so they mean so much to me. And that's why, like, um, you know, and I just got done talking about how, like, oh, the MCU is just going to be something so totally different, and it's not, doesn't have the same connection. But you know what? If they want to bring back those actors for, you know, and by the way, I have no idea what happens in, you know, as we've said, I have no idea what happens in Deadpool and Wolverine, but even if like those actors don't have like little appearances in that one, but if they want to bring them back for like, you know, when they do the next Avengers movies as part of the whole multiverse thing, like I'll be on board for that because I love those iterations of those characters, you know, and they're always going to mean so much to me. And um but and so seeing that X in that final shot of this movie just, you know, it reduced me to a puddle of tears and made me so, you know, emotional. And I think it's always going to elicit that feeling because these movies were a really, really important part of my life.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, it has that that relationship with us as the audience. It's also like in the story itself, it has that power because it's not only Laura burying her father, but she is in effect burying the last of the X-Men that we knew in that universe, you know. And now
Yeah.
she and her friends will be the future going forward, and you know, we see them just kind of walking off into the sunset, into the horizon. You know, that's kind of like, you know, classic Western type ending. Like the camera fixates more on the X, but like we know that Laura and her friends, their story is not over, even if we didn't get another movie to follow up on it. But you know, they will go on, and that Logan's sacrifice is what made it possible. And I feel like, you know, even though like some people may feel like the characters returning like changes their relationship with this movie, and that's fair. When this movie was, movies are made in a specific time and with specific intentionality. And when this movie was made in, you know, in 2017, it was made with exactly this intention to draw this chapter of the X-Men on screen and the character of Logan as played by Hugh Jackman to a close. And it did that. And it did that spectacularly well, as you can probably guess from how we feel about it from having talked about it for so long. But I think that, you know, and that will never change, you know, like that power of that story, like will never waver in my mind. Like the relationship, as you said, but the power of this movie, and then its place is the culmination of all those films. Like that hasn't changed just because like 7 years later, Hugh Jackman decided, yes, he did want to make another version of the movie with his dear friend Ryan Reynolds because he had a cool idea. A lot can change in 7 years. I'm not going to like hold Hugh Jackman in like actor jail because he decided he wanted to come back and play a character that meant so much to him. Like, that's nonsensical. Like, people can, have like their own relationship with the movie, but like this story was told, and to me, the emotional power of it like still holds, because that was the intention of the story, and they executed it very effectively.
Yeah, I mean, that's life. Things change, things evolve. Nothing is ever set in stone. I say this even as someone who, part of me is,
Yeah.
empathizes with that, and I'm like, yeah, I do wish this was the final statement on Hugh Jackman's Wolverine. But then there's another part of me that's very excited about going to see the next movie on Tuesday. But like, that's with anything. Like, you're gonna just, stick by some arbitrary rule you set for yourself if you then want to go on and do more. Like, that's storytelling. Things evolve and change. It's, every time you go see like a movie, it's never going to be the same, as that first time that you're watching it. And then you go see it again and you notice different things and it becomes a different experience. And then another movie comes out and it changes the experience of that movie. I used to really think about, back when the Lord of the Rings movies were coming out, before there was like this little period of time before the Two Towers and Return of the King came out, each of those years, where I was like, oh, the previous Lord of the Rings movie is going to feel completely different now in the context of, seeing the next movie. And so it's like, it's the same thing. Like, stories are always evolving, but I don't think that, and yeah, maybe our relationship with this movie will change a little bit, after we get to see Deadpool and Wolverine. But it's not going to change the fact that this is a beautiful piece of art that has such an emotional depth, and this is the end of this Wolverine. I mean, it's been evident to me, even just from watching the trailers, that yeah, well, the Wolverine we see in Deadpool and Wolverine is going to be a different iteration of the character. For one thing, this version of Wolverine would never get in a costume, so that'll be interesting to see, or at least not that particular costume. And yeah, I'm fine with it. It's been 7 years. Like, this movie got to stand on its own for 7 years, which, maybe to us isn't a long time, but for, I remember 7 years when I was younger was like an eternity.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so yeah, it's.
I mean, that's life.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, yeah, that's life. Like, I mean, everyone can relate to an experience where they've been doing something for a long time. They're like, I'm kind of overwhelmed or tired of this. I need a break from it, even if it's something you love. And then you step away from it, and then you, after a little bit of time to rest and recuperate and reflect, sometimes, not always, but sometimes, you start to get that itch again of like, maybe I do want to like, explore this thing again that I had thought I had set aside. Like, that is a natural human instinct. Like, we are not going to, like, in art, I feel like some people like think the idea that artists always need to be moving forward, and that the step, like going back to what you did before, is like cheap or selling out or something. And it's like, maybe sometimes in the wrong context, but for something like this, if it's just like, Hugh Jackman loved playing this character, and audiences loved him as this character, and he told a very definitive story with this character, and now he's going to tell a new story, and we'll get to decide whether or not we find that story enhances it or not, that the previous films or not. But ultimately, it's you we can just take it as it is, which is life, which is messy, and we don't always get to get the nice, clean picture book endings where Hugh Jackman wrapped up his tenure as Logan and will never go it, and now he's going to go off and be an artiste, and he's going to go off, run the. You know what he's going to do now that he's closed this chapter on Wolverine forever? He's going to go join the circus and start singing about how grand life is, as the greatest showman on earth, which he did after this movie.
And I will say, this actually this takes the pressure off whoever the next actor is to play Wolverine, because even though I may have been like, oh no, he should end it, and stick to that, but let's face facts, pretty much everybody after the Disney sale, most fans were like, oh come on, we're so close, the X-Men are can be part of the MCU now, we need to have Hugh Jackman back as Wolverine. So I feel like the fact that he'll be in it for this next movie and potentially a couple after that, kind of it takes the pressure off whenever they do the MCU proper roster of mutants and X-Men, because the desire for Hugh Jackman in the MCU movies will have been satiated, and so yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'm sure it's going to be a lot of fun. So yeah, I guess that about wraps up. I will say, just touching really quick on our earlier conversation about the fact that Robert Downey Jr. is coming back. I did not know. I read that apparently the Fantastic Four movie takes place in a different reality from the main MCU. So not only is it a period piece, but it's taking place in another reality, which is cool, because that's the kind of stuff that they should be doing in the multiverse saga. I think that's cool. So it actually, and who knows what their intention is for exactly which reality this version of Doctor Doom comes from. But if it does come from that particular reality where the Fantastic Four are coming from, then it makes sense that it can be an actor who played another role in the other films, playing a different one, and and so that is kind of cool. I still think that they didn't quite need to just bring Robert Downey Jr. back, but but at least it does kind of feed into this whole idea of the multiverse, and that will be quite interesting to have the heroes of the MCU going up against someone who has the face of Tony Stark.
And the question narratively will end up being, is it just going to be Robert Downey Jr. playing him as Victor Von Doom, the character as he always was, or in this grand multiversal saga, is it going to be that this version of Victor Von Doom is actually a variant of Tony Stark? In which case it makes that it ties it in that way as well. But I do think that we can look at this on two levels. On the one hand, it's like Robert Downey Jr. is a great actor, an Oscar-winning actor now. He has his Oscar. He is interested in coming back to play this different character in the story, a villainous character. And I think that's cool, and he should be given the opportunity to explore it. And I also think that there is the more just practical business side that the MCU has hit a rough patch a little bit for some financially and critically for an audience-wise, for some, not for all. And they are trying to pivot back to their endgame glory. And to me, what was more telling about that was the fact that they're bringing the Russo brothers back to direct both of the Avengers movies. And now I'm not going to
lie, there is part of me that wants to be a bit more cynical about all this, but I'm trying to keep that bad.
Yeah. No, I mean, because I want to see this story. Like, I was very intrigued when I saw that it was because of the story possibilities, as you said, not just the meta narrative possibilities. Because I do think that having Robert Downey Jr. as Victor Von Doom in the Avengers will guarantee that it makes absurd amounts of money. But I think that was pretty safe already, and this will just give it that extra kick. And I have to believe that they wouldn't do it if they didn't believe it was actually like a strong narrative reason with a thematic tie to the character having been played by this specific actor, because they know how important Tony Stark as Iron Man is to so many people. They're not going to mess with that just for, a guarantee of a few extra bucks on one event or two Avengers movies.
I will say that, and because I actually didn't know what the Secret Wars story was, and of course that's the title of the second Avengers movie coming up in a couple years. Well, not the second one, but you know what I mean. The second of the ones to come. And so I looked it up and I can see how it's going to be the culmination of all the multiverse stuff they've been doing. But what I want to I'm trying not to get outlandish about what they're going to do with that, because I know what I want to see with all that. I want to see not only Hugh Jackman, but I want to see a lot of X-Men faces from the past. I want to see Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield come back, again for that. There's just so many cool things they can do with, really bringing all these, awesome things from, Marvel's past, to bear with all this. That would make me really happy, but it's a bit too early to get, to get my hopes up on certain things, but we'll see.
No, I do think that in some level there was always an element of this is where it was going to wind up, because Dr. Doom is tied to the Secret Wars storyline in the comics, I believe. There is also an element of them pivoting and scrambling a bit, because on the other hand, they announced the other one was announced as Avengers Doomsday. Originally, it was Avengers the Kang Dynasty, and we know that after Jonathan Majors' troubles, they have it sounds like now more definitively pivoted away from that character and that storyline. So maybe that's when the idea of bringing in Doom earlier and having it be Robert Downey Jr. came in, or maybe this was always the plan. We may never know until somebody writes a tell-all book. And to be honest, I don't really care as much about that kind of stuff as long as the story works.
I will say that for me, as someone who's not as invested in the vast, lore of Marvel comics, but who, when he was younger, came to love Marvel, pretty much through three properties, because they were animated shows on on TV at the time. I believe all of them on the Fox network, which was X-Men the Animated Series, Spider-Man the Animated Series, and the Fantastic Four, which was also an animated series. And so for me, having the big villain of these movies be Dr. Doom is a lot more compelling for me as what I grew up with. Because to be honest, before he was introduced, I didn't even know who Kang was. But I was interested to see where that was going to go. I actually really liked what they were doing with the character in Loki and all that. But real life stuff intervenes, and cannot blame them for wanting to pivot. But I'm happy, because I love, I'm very excited to see the Fantastic Four come into play, and to have Dr. Doom as the villain, and especially, like I said, seeing Robert Downey Jr.'s interpretation of the characters is going to be interesting. But I hope they go buck wild with bringing in, different characters from different iterations of Marvel, because that is really, that'll get me excited for those movies. But yeah, we kind of veered into MCU talk, but it's still connected. Like we are talking Marvel after all. But I did want to talk a bit about that because that was a bit of news that I panicked for a second when I saw that. I was like, oh no, did Robert Downey Jr. get revealed as Doctor Doom in the Deadpool and Wolverine movie? But then I saw that no, this was news that was a surprise to everyone. So I was like, okay. Good.
Yeah. No. You have one more week to preserve the reveals from Deadpool and Wolverine, but Robert Downey Jr. was not one of them.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, anything else before we wrap up?
No, I mean, just this is a movie that I have loved, that I deeply respect. I love James Mangold as a filmmaker. I'm so glad that he got to not only like build off of his prior movie in the Wolverine, but also like honor the entire character of Logan across the saga with this film. It was a special occurrence, and I do again not wanting to like rank lists or that kind of stuff because this stuff is flexible, but I do feel like this is on a very, very short list of my favorite superhero films ever, along with The Dark Knight and the Batman and Wonder Woman and a couple of others that I just adore. And it is probably my single favorite movie based around a Marvel character.
Yeah.
As much as I've loved a lot of the MCU films and the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man films and the Blade movies, Blade 2 in particular, that I will always ride for that movie. But this is just a special movie one, and I do think that it's like, again, movies are made at a specific time. This movie, like, it came around at the right time when the man came around, when Hugh Jackman came around, and when he was ready to say goodbye to this character at this stage of his life, and it gave us something that I think is pretty close to perfect. So.
Yeah, and ranking is just a frustrating prospect. I know as far as Marvel movies, I'm pretty biased in terms of like my interests lie in have lied very much in the realm of X-Men and Spider-Man. So like this would be at the top of my list, and like the other ones that are really high up there for me are like both X2 and Spider-Man 2, which I think are some of the best ones ever made. And yeah, it's just like I said, this franchise really meant a lot to me, and to see it come, to this end and culminate in this way that was just so beautifully done. And the quote unquote Wolverine standalone movies had gone on a bit of a rocky journey, but as they say, it's good to start well, but it's better to end well. And even though those got off to a really rocky start with X-Men Origins, Wolverine, at least with Logan, they'd really finished off those in a great way. And I'm actually a pretty big fan of the Wolverine as well. It's not perfect, but it's got a lot of stuff in it that I love. And yeah, but now I've had time to like sit with Logan as sort of the swan song, a good 7 years now, and now surprising even myself, I'm ready to go on the next journey with the X-Men. We've gotten a head start on that with X-Men 97, which we talked about, and which, by the way, and I was going to mention this earlier because we were talking about the fact that Hugh Jackman just kind of and Wolverine became the star of the X-Men films, which ruffled some feathers But I feel like they're laying the groundwork for introducing like the next iteration of X-Men where things might be a bit more balanced, because by bringing back X-Men the animated series, they're really giving fans who maybe who aren't familiar with anything beyond the Fox X-Men movies, a glimpse of the X-Men team where Wolverine is not the star. And I think that's probably they're going to take some cues from that when we get the next version of X-Men. And so that'll be interesting to see, because it is great seeing like Cyclops back at the head of the team in X-Men 97, because I've always been a big Cyclops fan precisely because of X-Men the animated series. And so it's kind of been a bummer to see him get the short end of the stick for a number of years. But yeah. So thank you everybody who tuned in tonight. Surprise, surprise. We went long again, but this is just, I know this is one of my absolute favorite films. I think we agree on that, and so this was always going to be something that we really delved into. But thank you for everybody who tuned in tonight, and so we got one viewer left. Pretty sure that's Guilty Undertaker. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it, and yeah, just we'll see you guys next week, where we'll be talking about Deadpool and Wolverine, and then we'll be taking a 2-week break, and we'll come back with a fresh slate of movies to talk about, and we'll kind of iron some of the early ones out to next week to announce what we're doing, but I think we'll probably be more or less creating a longer schedule once I get back.
Yep.
And yeah. Yeah, that's it. And I had a great time talking about this one. And Jared, like I said, I just adore this movie, and so it was great to talk about.
Yeah, no, I'm happy that we went long on this one. It is a favorite for both of us. Very thematically rich, very narratively intriguing, and just great performances, great writing, great acting. Oh, that's the one thing that I feel like we should just tip our caps to, the fact that James Mangold did get Oscar nominated for writing this movie for a Best Adapted Screenplay alongside his co-writers, Michael Green and Scott Frank, and very well deserved as the first superhero movie ever nominated for writing in the category.
Which, by the way, it should also be said that Michael Green was also a co-writer on Blade Runner 2049.
That guy knows what he's doing.
Yeah,
a year.
He's talented. Gotta say, yeah, and as far as James Mangold, I feel like we've name dropped him a number of times throughout the stream, but somehow it still feels like we underpraised him slightly. Like, it just, oh my God, what a phenomenal job he did making this movie. I think he did a really good job on the Wolverine as well, but he definitely brought like all his talents to bear on this one. And he said that his mission with the Wolverine, he kind of felt like he was making an X-Men movie. And with this one, his mission was he wanted to make a James Mangold film, and he very much succeeded in that. And this feels like a personal project, and yeah, I'm just so glad that he's a filmmaker that I love. For anybody who has not seen his 3:10 to Yuma, check that out, because it's amazing. we talked about Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny, which we're both, a fan of. That got kind of, mixed response from some people, but I think you did a great job on that.
Yeah.
And but no, 310 to Yuma especially is like one of the best westerns ever made, in my opinion. So.
Yeah, and we may be talking about that at some point. So, and I just, in terms of the movie's visual style, which owes a lot to James Mangold, some absolutely gorgeous shots in this film. So I'll also feel compelled to shout out the cinematographer, John Matheson, who usually works with Ridley Scott and was the cinematographer on Gladiator and Kingdom of Heaven, among others. So, man is also
those movies look okay. Nothing special.
Yeah, and he's also doing Gladiator 2. So we will see how that.
We're not going to open up that can of worms right now.
I
know. But yeah, no, thank you again, everyone who tuned in tonight. And I hope you have a great night, and we'll see you next week.
Take care, everyone.
Bye.